All right, welcome to the program. Charles Moscowitz here, and welcome aboard on TikTok. We'll see how long I stay there. But either way, Michael D. Shaw is here, and we're doing our thing every Thursday. Mike, I wanted to, as you said, as we started, the Empire Strikes Back. It's expected, it's inevitable. To a certain extent, it's healthy because you want to have loyal opposition. But that's not what we're talking about right now with the Trump revolution is what I would call it. Or maybe we should call it the Trump counter revolution more
Yeah,
accurately.
yeah, I like that. I like that.
And the way they're doing it, unfortunately, is all too predictable. They are not going to take on President Trump and this incredible administration on issues because they are just crushing it in every arena. They're attracting capital into the United States. Their tariff policy, which, by the way, is a policy that's been done by many, many of our great presidents, starting with George Washington, is resulting in big companies, international companies, investing hundreds of billions of dollars inside the United States as a way to avoid tariffs. And it is protecting American industry and labor. Now, obviously, the effects aren't going to be felt right away, but it is a policy that goes way back. It's the American policy, really first minted by Alexander Hamilton,
Yeah.
who was one of the more underrated founding fathers, and was embraced by Jefferson as well, especially toward the end of his life when he wrote that he acknowledged that manufacturing and protection of industry is key to a successful republic and a successful society. So Trump is reinventing this. The only thing you could say that was good, that by the way, that the Biden regime, whoever was running it, did, was that they did not touch Trump's tariffs because they could see that they were working. You've got the deportation of illegal aliens, particularly criminal illegal aliens supporting terrorist organizations on campus. These.
Let me stop you there and say, why in the world are they fighting this? Why do they think it's a good idea to be on that side of an issue like this?
I think that it's the Luigi phenomena for young people. They are looking like they're fighting the big guy, they're fighting the capitalists. It's a leftist thing. I mean, I did a bit of a drive-by, for example, on one of these protests, and it was it looked very well financed. It looked like, I think, George Soros. They're holding up a sign, "Stop the oligarchy, stop Musk, the oligarch." I was saying, does that include George Soros? No, I didn't say anything because I was just driving by, but it's the same old characters, the same old. In a way, it looks like the new faces look like kind of young tech bros, I guess you might say, and girls. And then, of course, on the campus, it's the same old anti-Israel people. And I guess that I'm concerned. I mean, I don't know if this is something that's going to metastasize or shrink. And it reminds me of the arguments that were made before the September the 11th, 2001 attack on the World Trade Center. And that was that in the 1990s, there was an increase in terror attacks against the United States. The Nairobi embassy attack, the attack in, I think there was a few other like that we could go over, the Khobar Towers in Saudi Arabia. You had the first World Trade Center attack. You had an uptick in terrorist attacks. And there were two schools of thought. One school said, let's not overreact. Let's not do anything, because if we do, they're going to make them even more mad. And then they're going to go crazier and it'll get worse. And the other school was, let's, nip it in the bud. Let's hit back, find them, stop them, and that way keep them at bay. There's no utopia. They're always going to be there, but we have to engage them in the field of battle because that's where they are engaging us. And I think that the appeasement school won, and the result was 9/11. They didn't all of a sudden get warm and fuzzy because we weren't striking back. They got more bold. They were like, oh, the United States as the communists used to say, is a paper tiger. I think China you said this. And that we should just, they'll just fall apart. Or like Lenin said, it'll be like overripe fruit falling off the tree. And that's what they did. So I think that the position that you have to strike them back and find them and take them out, even if it's ugly, is the only real way to go. So you have this sympathetic young woman here at Tufts, picked up off the street by plainclothes ICE agents and put into a unmarked vehicle, and then she disappears. That's not pretty. I don't feel, that's not something that I feel good, seeing. Although I will say the video that's made the rounds certainly doesn't show them abusing her in any way. They were very careful. They had a woman on the team. They kind of guided her. They took off the backpack very carefully, and they guided her into the car. Still, it's not a nice sight, and it's resulted in some major protests over at Tufts. But we're going to find out what she was involved in. She was publishing articles that were supportive of Hamas. She was, she very well could have been working for them, literally, if not figuratively.
Well, have you ever noticed that she was a, quote, 30-year-old grad student?
Yeah.
And this Camille, what's his name guy, Khalil.
Right, in New York.
It was a 30-year-old grad student. All right. That's pretty damn old to be a grad student.
Yeah, that's true, isn't it? Yeah. And they're not some young, impressionable kid either. You can't say that.
What I'm talking about is that I don't think it's legit. I mean, yeah, she's probably a grad student.
But she was involved in, and also his wife was interviewed, the one in New York, this Khalil.
Yeah.
And she is even more radical than he is. I mean, look, they were calling for.
What a great front to be a grad student.
Grad student.
Okay.
Very interesting.
Well, I mean, look, I went to school. I was a grad student. I wasn't 30 years old. All right.
Right.
So
no, it is up there. Yeah.
I think that they've been installed, and the schools are very happy to have people paying full tuition.
Right. Well, I mean, I think Tufts and Harvard, they took something like a $300 million grant from Qatar. So, that already creates an atmosphere that's going to allow these so-called grad students. I think that's a really, really insightful point.
I mean, it just bothered me. It was just too stupid.
Yeah.
It was too stupid. Okay. What were you doing between the time you finished undergrad and you became a grad student? All right. What was
we had this one case with this, and I remember there was a big brouhaha in Boston as well. This woman who was, I think, a neurologist. She worked for Mass General Hospital. She was coming to this country, and then the ICE stopped her at the airport and took away her passport and turned her back. Oh, there was like, Elizabeth Warren in her High Dutch. This is so un-American, immoral. Turns out that she attended Nasrallah's funeral in Beirut. I mean, she was very connected to Hezbollah, which is an organization that is on the terror list of the State Department. Yeah. You can't, there's nothing, there's no, and I would point out to people, oh, this is free speech. No, these are not American citizens. They have visas, and that the conditions of those visas are that they observe certain strictures in terms of what they get involved in while they're here. It's just like they're guests. They don't have the same rights as an American citizen. If an American citizen wants to step up and be a communist or even be a Hamas supporter, there's nothing that I can do about that. I may not like it, but they have a right to do it as long as they don't cross a line and start to engage in illegal activities like supporting them or sending them money or arms. But they have a right to express those opinions. It's not a matter of free speech. But if someone is visiting and they have a visa, it's like somebody visiting your personal home. They don't have the same rights you have. You're the host. You're the owner or the renter of the home. They are there as a guest, and you decide whether or not they can stay or not. If they choose to fire you, then they're committing a crime. I mean, they can be arrested. And also, as a general custom, if you're a guest in someone's home, you observe certain customs. You respect the host. You don't do things that would be out of line in terms of the policies or beliefs of the host. So that's what they are. They are guests in our national home. And if they want to start to support, I mentioned this to someone who was very sympathetic to, in this case, this Tufts student. I'm like, what if they came here and they were supporting white supremacists? Or if they came here and they were like agitating against gays? You'd get them out immediately. They put them on a plane, the next plane out of here. The point is that, if they're coming here and they're agitating against American policies, American customs, they don't have a right to do that any more than you have a right to go to Cuba and stand in Havana and talk about capitalism. How long do you think you'd last? I'm just saying that's a basic function of sovereignty.
Well, it is. And of course, this is very reminiscent. And you could probably remember the name of the guy. I can't right now. There was some, as it was called in the day, pinko, that was identified in the 50s that was being forever defended by Murrow and Cronkite. His name was Larry something.
Okay.
And sure enough, it comes out that he was a big communist. And so when they finally asked Murrow, well, what about, big deal. So it's the standard crap from the left. It doesn't matter how many of these grad students you're going to find, they are willing to bend over backwards because they're anti-American.
Right.
There's no justification for it. You know what? There's the one bite rule or something before you kick them out. I don't understand the sympathy other than they just hate America, right? There's no other way to say it.
Well, and it's worse than that. They hate America. They hate Israel, which is an American ally.
Yeah.
But they're actively involved in incitement on the college campuses.
Yeah.
This guy Khalil, he was there, as part of one of the ringleaders of this occupation of Colombia, which was, if he was an American, you would think conventionally that an American student doing that would be expelled, at least, because it's vandalism. It's property damage. But he also was inciting against Jewish students. Now, that's, what if he was there, as I said, inciting against gays or inciting against blacks? You don't have that it's bad enough if it's an American, but.
Right. But I don't even know that it's so much that they're tolerating anti-Semitism. It's just that they're afraid to do anything. Academia represents the absolute worst in America. And they just prove it every single day. What would did I mention this last week that I discovered something that I had heard rumored for years, but I got proven? University of California discriminates against applicants who go to private school.
Uh-huh.
Right.
Right.
So far. So this girl ends up going to University of Southern California private school for something like, what is it, $90,000 a year tuition?
Crazy.
For what?
How
many times have I asked you, why does anybody watch Lester Holt? Why do people watch nightly news anymore? You get whatever news you want on your phone, internet instantly.
I think it's all people
anymore.
I think it's people that are in our demographic, Mike, older white guys and girls watch that. It's like an old habit. It's like, we still have checkbooks, whereas younger people, they don't even know what a check looks like now. They just do it.
So
it's an older generation relic. We still like the occasional broadsheet, to look at the newspaper. Younger people wouldn't know what a newspaper was if they fell on it. It might
Okay,
be
but on the
it
same
might be a
token,
generational thing. I don't know.
with all the bad publicity coming out about colleges, why does every kid still have to go?
Well, that's right. I mean, it's a kind of a collective assumed cultural thing that it's like you have to do this rite of passage. Yeah, and you feel bad if you don't do it. Um, I think that the one remnant left in terms of, and I'm learning this right now firsthand from my own online education. I'm doing Arizona State University. I'm getting a degree. It's interesting, but it's very left, and it's a lot of
It's all
indoctrination.
that.
Yeah, I mean, it's we're talking about law and society. It's all about critical race theory. Everything comes down to that. In this case, critical legal theory. And I mean, I'm doing my own thing there, but and I'm using the information to write a book. But the point is that younger people don't know from this, and they're going there, and they're. I see the comment board on the courses where people put in their response, and they're just as bad as a teacher. They're like, oh yes, the colonial American, system, and blah blah blah. I mean, the view with we have a class on the American Revolution. It is really, that it was a plot by wealthy Virginians to keep slavery in place and to screw Native Americans west of the Appalachia and make money. It's basically the thesis. There's this one professor in particular, this one author, Woody Holton, a real historian and professor of history at the University of South Carolina. Is this whole thesis? I mean, it's just it's like so negative. Now we could look at some of those things playing a little role in it, but they forget all about the ideology of the Constitution and the founding generation, what they believed in. They forget about the faith that they had. They forget about all of the factors that went into that. It's like that doesn't even exist. It's
Well,
crazy.
right. I think some of the problem is that you have this monologue situation where no one's going to question the professor,
Right.
and not just kids, but most people are very impressionable, and they'll listen to this stuff, and they've never heard it like this before, so it's novel, but they don't think about it
They
because
don't. They
they're
count.
paying all this money. They're
Yeah.
paying all this money, and you're getting from a professor who's been recognized by his peers. The hell does that mean? How do you become a full professor in history? You write more crap, publish in more left-wing historical journals, but that's not even the worst of it. You go to the science and engineering departments, and they're permeated with this crap.
They are, but I actually have a slight glimmer of hope that there is some change afoot because students are waking up. Younger students are not that left. You have, like, for example, Boston University just downgraded the entire sociology department. It's no longer a degree program. It's like,
Really?
yeah, University of Florida did the same thing. I mean, because it's become so captured by leftists and such a cat's paw for leftist agendas that it's lost its basic legitimacy. I mean, it's always been on the left a little bit, but at this point, the whole social science of sociology has been captive. It doesn't have any, because sociology itself is a very important study. I'm getting a degree in sociology. It's a real look at the functioning of groups within society and how they relate to each other, individuals and how they relate to groups, history and how it relates to the present with a projection to the future, and all of it. It's a the sociologist C. Wright Mills talked about the sociological imagination. Is a brilliant, brilliant thinker. Although he was a man of the left, he died young. I think if he had lived, he would have moved to the right like I did. I mean, because he was honest and he was like really probative and tough. But that's not what it's become. It's become just a cat's paw for legitimizing every leftist agenda that comes down the pike.
Well,
And
you know what I first saw this?
yeah,
When I was at UCLA, I think, as a sophomore or junior. And you had heard the name Angela Davis.
Yes.
Just hired as an assistant professor, right out from Marcuse and all these wonderful lefties. And you heard her speak, and she was so captured by the communist point of view that it was remarkable. You know, she was supposed to be this rebel black woman, but she was so down the line with the communist struggle. I mean, I had to keep from laughing at part of this thing.
Yeah.
And she just got worse and worse and worse, to the point she
Did
was involved in that bank robbery.
did you attend any of her lectures?
Well, actually, she was in where I first saw her was she was doing this sort of big presentation. I think it was at Pauley, actually,
Mm-hmm.
where she gave, her little thoughts because she was so famous,
Yeah.
and UC was so happy to have her on there. It was during the civil rights era, and she was this big black chick with the afro, and just checked off all the boxes. So, and the sad part is that you looked at 90% of the audience, and they were just lapping this up like it was the word of God or something.
Yeah.
And,
Well,
it's
that- well,
really
those are the students who are going to these rallies to support Khalil. I mean, it's the same leftist. And again, I mean, I wonder and I worry if this is just a kind of a continuation of the same knuckleheads, or if this is something that's expanding. I don't know. I mean, I think that Trump is making inroads. I mean, I think that, first of all, expelling these people, these 30-year-old PhD grad students, is a great step in the right direction. They instigated and fomented these rallies. They should be gone. And Trump said he'd do it, and he's doing it. Thank God.
Yeah.
But and also the colleges are responding to cutting off money. That's another thing that's working very well. Columbia now is tamping down on the radicals. They actually have taken away some degrees from people who were extremely radical. And the Maine college system is now banning men and women's sports because Trump has put a deadline on cutting all aid unless they did that. They backed down. So I think that the money is talking. They're responding to that.
Well, in Maine, what about the high schools?
I don't know, but I know that the governor there, who's a real leftist whack job. I mean, I don't know what's happened to Maine. It's like there's like,
but you know what I tell people, because
we talked about this.
California, I lived back east for a while, as you know, and so they asked me, like, what the hell's going on in Maine? This was very simple. If Massachusetts isn't liberal enough for you, then you move up to Maine, but you have to be right in that Portland corridor. If you went out into real Maine, you're not going to find people like that.
No, of course not. But that little port, it's like the same thing in Vermont.
Yeah.
It's that area around Burlington where you see it's really scummy looking people and homelessness, and it looks worse than San Francisco or Seattle. It's bad, and they run the state. They've probably taken over the voting apparatus, quite honestly. They just have the control. Detroit has that kind of control over Michigan. It's I don't know if it's because they run the voting machines or what, but they do seem to control that state and that culture, and they do seem to suppress the real Mainers and the real Vermonters.
It's
what
working for the Jerry effect, right? That if you remember, because you do, Vermont was this conservative place.
Yeah.
It had a population of 200,000, and it was mostly these guys in these Johnson woolen mill jackets going around tapping into maple trees to make syrup. That was Vermont, okay? But then the New Yorkers moved up.
You had Howard Dean and Bernie Sanders, and all of these leftist New Yorkers from Brooklyn. They went up there they're buying up big estates, and they just basically, that whole state is like it's like a plantation. They own it, lock, stock, and barrel. Ben and Jerry, right? They all moved up there. They're all New Yorkers. They all moved up there and they took over.
Well, now they're complaining. I've got one of my sons lives in Phoenix, and he's complaining about all the California people came out. And I said, well, you're almost correct. It's not just the California people came out. It was the worst California people came out.
I mean, I think that Californians are leaving California because it's become so far left. I mean, I think that Bill Maher, with all of his faults, he's actually a pretty good example of that California liberal mentality that is kind of rejecting the left. I mean, he's like, it takes 300 regulations to do one little thing out here. It took me 10 years to put in a downspout on my gutter because of regulations. You can't do anything.
That's very nice, but how much sympathy should I have for this prodigal son, right? I mean, if Bill Maher were 35 years old, it'd be one thing.
Right.
But for him to now finally come to this realization, what, the guy's 60 years old? Oh,
right. Yeah.
Great.
But he reflects a certain California type that is leaving. And I wonder, and they're moving to Texas, they're moving to Idaho, they're moving to Arizona, New Mexico. Are they taking their leftism with them, or are they? Oh, they really are? That's bad.
Well, I mean, look at what happened in New Hampshire.
I know, that's true.
All the Massachusetts people moved up, and suddenly it wasn't live free or die anymore,
Yeah, it became a Boston suburb. No, it's they commute into the city for work, and then they live in New Hampshire, so they have to pay taxes for the policies that they support. It's bad. Yeah, that's about it. So
I mean, someday, and I hope it doesn't happen, but the day that New Hampshire creates a sales tax, it'll be all lost.
Oh my God! And every 4 years, they have busloads of people come up. They register to vote. They vote, and they go back to Massachusetts.
Yeah.
They have this law that says that if you intend to move to New Hampshire, you can be a resident for 30 days. That's some weird, obviously right for voter fraud. I think that Trump is making progress on that front. Voter integrity. He hasn't given up on it. It is, I still believe it's one of the key issues that, it has to be addressed. There has to be same-day voting, absentee ballots only if you're really, have a damn good reason for it, like you're in the military, or if you're overseas, or if you really can't vote, in which case you have a signature registered with your town clerk, and it's done right. No, voter ID, so, all of the basic functions, getting rid of all the machines, which is what Elizabeth Warren called for in 2019, because she said they were rigged, and she was right. We don't hear from her anymore about that. She doesn't talk about that now. I brought it up on her website. I do it regularly. No comments. They don't want to talk about that anymore, because they realize that, hey, they are rigged, and we can do the rigging. So, yeah, I mean, it's still an issue. President Trump is not letting go of it. Even recently, he said they're going to be releasing more information about that fraudulent election. I didn't click YouTube today, so I can say that. Although I am on TikTok. Let's see if I'm taken down on TikTok for that. But, that's still a hard
issue to go away, just like they don't talk about COVID. Same thing.
Right.
I mean, I found it hard to believe. I got a call yesterday from somebody representing CVS telling me that I'm eligible for a COVID vaccine. Right?
Now?
Yes.
Oh, my.
And are they still flogging that stuff? Oh, yeah. These are all new.
Oh, my God. I have these relatives in New York through marriage who they're way left, and both of them have told me on different occasions that they, quote, love, unquote, Anthony Fauci, and that the vaccine, they hate people who didn't get the vaccine. the last time I saw them, I wish I had asked. It would have been too provocative, but I could have asked them. So, have you gotten your booster lately? Are you up to date on your COVID shots? Because I don't think they are. No one is. No one's doing it anymore.
Why would anyone love Anthony Fauci?
They're
Did they
leftists. I
know
mean,
his history?
you know something? I think that people on the far left have a nostalgic feeling about the pandemic, the lockdowns.
Oh,
It's almost like a fetish. It's like it was the ultimate example of the government coming in and literally controlling everything, telling you had to wipe your groceries down with a antiseptic cloth.
so for a few glorious months, we had Joseph Stalin running the United States then.
Yeah, and I think they have a nostalgic feeling about that. It excites them. And they're still
Oh,
walking around with those friggin' masks, although they were complaining bitterly when ICE put on masks as they arrested that woman at Tufts. Oh my God. Why are they wearing masks? Really? They have a reason for wearing masks. That's a legitimate police action. They don't want to have people doxing them and showing up at their house. But anyways, not to digress. The
wow.
point is that I think that when it comes to the pandemic, I think there's a movement around that. It's like it's really on the left, and it kind of fits in nicely with their worldview. This experience, it's like a child having these strong parents take over and take care of them. It's like the government was. I remember walking around the street with a mask on and going to the other side of the street when somebody was coming and putting on the double mask. I remember Fauci, I think for 1 or 2 days, actually suggested that people put on 2 masks.
Yes.
I know people who did it.
Oh, of course.
Oh yeah, I mean this is like, and it was exciting for them. They loved it. They look back as if it's a romantic period in their life. So I think that there's that. It's right. It's like a day Stalin took over.
Love in the time of cholera. Right. Oh man.
But anyways, go back
Are we
to
still on TikTok?
yeah, we are still on TikTok. Let's see what happens.
Good.
I'm getting comments on TikTok. Well, let's just see. I'll put that aside. You have the deep state fighting back, and they are tough. They are entrenched. They're not taking it lying down. They're international. They are stopping Trump whenever they can. You have this conspiracy, and I do use the word conspiracy, of judges who are openly and brazenly defying the U.S. Constitution by telling Trump he can't fire people, telling Trump he has to continue money going to radical groups. Nope, here's the violation warning. Thank you, TikTok. Okay, so I've gotten the warning. It's basically. I would suggest maybe it was a conspiracy comment. I'm going to shut TikTok off. I don't want to lose the whole channel. Okay. All right, I'll put that away. Enough with TikTok.
We made it for nearly half an hour.
I made it almost through. Yeah. They are openly and brazenly violating the law, violating the spirit and the letter of the Constitution. You have legal professors and legal experts not saying a goddamn thing about it. They're going to go to the Supreme Court because they're going to meet the head of the snake, John Roberts. Now, it turns out that he was part of the secret society in Washington, the Inn of Courts, which is actually a British tradition, where lawyers and judges get together and hobnob in secret. And at that society, he is there hobnobbing with that really rotten judge who tried to turn back the Tren de Agua plane, the Boasberg. And that same judge, by the way, is now handling every Trump case that comes into his jurisdiction, which is illegal. They're supposed to be rotated. There's supposed to be a lottery system. So you don't have you can't shop for a judge. It has, it goes random. He's now handling 4 cases where Trump is being sued, including a group that's suing over this chat GPT conversation, with Hegseth and that. They're suing for that. So this, and he's buddy with John Roberts at this inn of. Have you heard about this?
Well, Roberts was a very bad choice from
Yeah.
the get-go. And he's got a lot of people trying to control him based on the hardly secret story of his illicit adoption of those two kids.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, this is public knowledge. I don't know why he's worried about it anymore.
On the other hand, I mean, those two kids probably at this point might be adults by now, so it's not an issue. They're not going to be able to take them back. There was,
No,
I think, I mean, I get the fact that him and his wife might have felt threatened that those kids they could be removed. That's a legitimate fear. I get it, but I don't think that that's an issue any longer. They were adopted, I think, in the 1980s.
well, that was always the excuse. All right.
Right.
But I just figured at the time that he was a bad guy. And I came to that conclusion because I've met a few people in my life like this, where their entire existence is all about polishing their resume.
Mm-hmm. He does care about how he's going to look in history. Everything seems to be hinged on that. What appearance I mean, that's right. He does seem to be, and it's like, in a way, if that is his motivation, then that really shows what a weak, rotten person
No, he's
he is.
terrible. I mean,
He's the head of the Supreme Court. I mean, it's a lifetime appointment.
He gave it away with the Obamacare thing when he said, I didn't want to be the guy who ruled against this. And I'm thinking,
right.
But that's your job. Right?
And by the way, everybody shook their head on that because the decision that he wrote was so convoluted and so twisted into knots, and that this thing is a tax, and therefore under Article 5, nobody understood it. And, that's when the rumor started that he was being blackmailed by Obama.
Well, he's being blackmailed by somebody.
And then there's the Jeffrey Epstein business. I'm not going to even go there, but
he's blackmailing himself because if every step you take in your life is how you're going to be judged by history, okay, then you just got no balls. I mean, you can't do anything.
Yeah, but if he looks beyond that little box, I hope he realizes that he's not going to be judged well by history by doing this. It's ultimately going to accrue to him in a very bad way, and that he and his wingman Coney are going to screw this country when those cases eventually make their way to the Supreme Court. And that's why I'm calling it a conspiracy. It's a conspiracy the way Whittaker Chambers defined conspiracy, a conspiracy of gentlemen. It's not like they're sitting around in a smoke-filled room, although that Inns of Court looks like a smoke-filled room to me. But either way, it's like, and by the way, he's sitting in there with Brown Jackson and Boasberg and these other real demons. But they all think alike. I mean, they did it during the 2020 election. They threw out the case, the class action suit brought by the state of Texas, Ken Paxton, and six other states against the so-called battleground states because they had engaged in election chicanery that devalued the votes of those states. A legitimate case that should have been heard. According to sources that I can't confirm this, but that Roberts, when that case arrived at the Supreme Court, he had a meeting in his office where he was heard screaming at the top of his lungs by people who were outside the door at the three Trump appointees that they had better get in line and use every kind of expletive and vote against this, that this can't go forward.
Well, that story made the rounds, and there were two things that convinced me that the judiciary isn't worth a bucket of piss. All right. One was when I did an article, I don't know, 15 plus years ago, and I looked into so-called landmark cases. They were all crap. They were all crap. If you looked at what the arguments were, I mean, Roe v. Wade being a classic, but Brown versus the board was based on the fact that some psychologists determined that black little girls have lower self-esteem when they play with black dolls compared to white dolls.
Yeah,
Simple.
they brought in sociologist Gunnar Myrdal from
Yeah, well, there you
Sweden.
go.
He's the one that masterminded that decision. And
So
that, yeah,
you look at these cases, and when you're a high school student and you hear about landmark cases, but when you start looking at them and
actually
seeing
reading them. Yeah.
how awful they are and how stupid they are and how they were decided, these
Oh yeah. I
it
mean,
just
Roe versus Wade. I think Blackmun found emanations and penumbras in the
yeah,
Constitution. What the hell that means? I mean, this is. I mean, even I just finished an assignment for my sociology class. We were to pick a topic, and one of the topics to criticize was President Trump's executive order dismantling DEI, which of course is the one I picked.
right,
And what I came to view is that his executive order basically dismantled Biden's executive order, which he signed in the first day of his administration, assuming he signed anything, but it was signed by him, that created DEI. And if you read this thing, it is the most totalitarian, fascist thing you can imagine. They're going to set up a whole new bureaucracy to regulate DEI as it's defined on any given day, and that includes transgendered and everything else. And they're going to have this bureaucracy accompanied by a new agency that's going to do data processing and using artificial intelligence. You want to? I mean, this is a Michel Foucault's panopticon theory, that the panopticon was. We were studying this in sociology. It's interesting. It was a design of prisons that was created by British thinker Jeremy Bentham, where you have one column in the middle of the prison, and then there's spokes going out from that column, with the guards being in the top of the column in a glass room. And the belief is every prisoner believes that they're being constantly observed. They may be, they may not be, but the very design of the place opens the possibility that they might be, so they assume that they are. And that the idea was that that would reduce prison problems.
right.
And Foucault brought that into social theory, saying that this is the surveillance state, that everyone comes to believe that they're being observed, which is something that's happening. I mean, he was very prescient, right? You have, I mean, Internet of Things, you've got algorithms, you've got Siri, people that's listening to us. And this part of Biden's DEI program would have brought that kind of granular control over every, not just public agency, but every corporation. And of course, the corporations were already in the bag because they had capitulated to communist China in their development of, equity? Yeah, the social credits. And it would have been the most authoritarian thing. It would have been a level of government control, and it would be all to address so-called inequities, which exist, but to have it, obviously they've reduced over time. I mean, this country's made a lot of progress. We're not Jim Crow anymore. This is a great time if you're Black in America, and if you want to accomplish something. The doors are open. I mean, this is, how about looking at some positive developments instead of at this late date coming in with this unbelievable octopus of control. And it was funded by USAID with billions of dollars of taxpayer money going into creating this edifice. It is so rotten. And as I read into this thing, you got to read this. It's online. Biden signed it on day one, and then he signed another one in 2004 that was even worse, that added to it. And all Trump did on day one was simply get rid of it. And he named it in his document. We're not going to have airline pilots who are chosen because they're a woman, and then you had that crash over New York, right? I mean, it's insane. And, and that people were reporting, there were whistleblowers all around the country saying, hey, I was told by my boss we can't hire any white people because we have to meet this quota. It was really, really bad. And then they have the nerve, and I pointed this out in my piece. I'm sure my professor's head is going to explode when she reads this. They have the nerve to say that Trump is the fascist, that Trump is a threat to democracy. I mean, this thing, besides these direct orders to establish these entities of control over both public and private sector, it's also filled with all of this language of authoritarianism, this kind of what French scholar Elaine Benescon called the language of totalitarianism, where you have these wiggle words and these indirect double talk and sophistries that can be interpreted any way people want them interpreted. And it all sounds kind of warm and fuzzy, which is what it is, fuzzy. It doesn't really make sense. So Trump got rid of that on day one. If that's the one thing that he did as president, we owe him an eternal debt for just that one act, getting rid of that goddamn thing, that DEI thing.
Well, what I think happened, and I must admit, I didn't know it was as bad as you describe it now. Yeah. But that proves beyond any shadow of a doubt that Biden didn't know what the hell he was signing even on day one.
Oh, yeah. Well, Biden was not competent. I mean, now you have Jake Tapper, a left-wing, apparatchik of the deep state. He's written a book about this, noting that Biden did not know what was going on. And he's being attacked. He's being assaulted. He was assaulted at an airport by a bunch of angry young women. You're a traitor. You're criticizing Biden. Showing how crazy they've become.
Well, and it may interest you to know that the only demographic in the United States that supports DEI is college-educated white women.
Yeah, the people that look a lot like Jocelyn Benson, I know I pick on her, but and underneath that very pretty veneer with the blonde hair is a really corrupt soul, and it's George Soros goes out and he selects people like Benson because they look like your white bread, all American, sister down the street. I mean, how could they do anything wrong? And they've been deluded. She went to Wellesley College. She's probably deluded herself early on. And then she's, of course, put in office with support from Soros and also from the Southern Poverty Law Center. And she's stealing elections. See, I can say this because TikTok is off. Stealing elections in Michigan openly and violating the law. And she just keeps going on. Now she's running for governor. Oh, and she has these commercials out. It's that's who Trump struck down when he got rid of DEI. And all I can say is that if anyone listening to this or watching this, judge it for yourself. Just go online and look it up. It reminded me of some of these UN documents, like the Rights of the Child, which was rejected by the United States, and which my professor complained about in another class. She said, the United States, and only 2 countries in the world rejected this document, the United States and Somalia. I'm like, good. Thank you, Somalia. Great. At least there's somebody out there. But if you read that document, it talks about children having to mandate cultural rights, whatever the hell that means. In other words, this unelected international police bureaucracy can take your child away if your child sues because their cultural rights have been somehow violated. It is anything that Stalin or Hitler couldn't have dreamed up. Anyway, that's what this DEI thing was about. The DEI expresses the very essence of the Biden rotten regime, and that Trump struck it down on day one. That's why they're going after him. This was something that I think even most liberals didn't feel comfortable with. It was this direct interference into people, into business, into communities, into government, so they can place people in places of position simply because of various categories, like their race or their sexuality or their gender. And that's, it's un-American. It's not based on freedom. And I ended my piece by saying, look, if we want to promote improving people who have less and improving the condition of people who are underserved, follow Trump's example by improving education so that people can think on their own, having policies that protect American industry and labor from foreign trade problems, support institutions that encourage success, like marriage, like faith, like family, and like property, and other things like that create organic change. You don't do change by simply swooping in like a bunch of dictators and declaring these laws and putting gun-backed, action behind enforcing them.
Well,
That's not
you're exactly right. Where I disagree with you a little bit
uh,
is that when you said earlier that even liberals are uncomfortable with this, but that's the problem. All right. I noticed even back in the 60s and 70s, there were older liberals that were uncomfortable with, let's say, affirmative action or whatever it happened to be, but they stayed in, man, and they kept voting Democrat,
yeah.
and they just swallowed hard because that's what Comrade Stalin told them to do.
Yeah.
So I don't have quite the sympathy.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, you mentioned affirmative action. Originally, the whole idea was started by Nixon, and it was simply an outreach to minority communities to get apply for jobs in the government. They were running ads in Jet magazine and black publications. That's all it was. And that was, to me, that's a good and honest approach. Let's help people get into the job market by letting them know how to do it, by maybe helping them. But it turned into, once the left got their hands on it, it became this mandated authoritarian agenda to overthrow the system, right? I mean, the Cloward-Piven approach, overwhelm the system as a way to create socialism. So, and I don't think that's what Nixon had in mind, but that's what happened.
No, that wasn't well. I mean, in fairness to Nixon, what he had in mind for the DEA isn't the way it turned out either.
Yeah, I don't think Kennedy had that in mind for the USAID when he established it. He actually thought that I think he had some genuinely idealistic ideas. He was copying an Israeli system that was put in place where they would go into African countries and help them build water wells and help them build infrastructure and help bring, humanitarian aid during crisis. That's what it was supposed to be, not becoming basically a laundering system for billions of dollars to go into George Soros's pocket so he could create color revolutions and, force transgenderism and birth control on third world countries. No, that's not what it's supposed to be.
Well, I mean, you and I can say that, but the problem is you take any of these institutions, it's not a very powerful argument anymore to say, well, no, that's not what he was intended. And in fact, that actually happened to your old buddy, Hubert Horatio Humphrey. Toward the end of his life, when he saw what happened with affirmative action, and he was one of the original guys on the Civil Rights Act, he said, no, this is not what we intended. And he was shouted down, sorry, old man, this is what it's become. And
a lot of these people later on, I mean, Truman realized at the end of his life that the national security state, I mean, Michael Glennon talks about this in his book, Double Government, that it was not what he intended. And he came out publicly and wrote an essay about it, and it was not published. I mean, he was just, shut up, go back to independence.
Yeah.
So, I mean, exactly. I mean, there's an agenda behind all these things. And Trump is dismantling it piece by piece. And the only thing stopping him is people like Boasberg and these judges. Do you think that, I mean, I'm worried about that. They seem to have, as I say, it does seem to me to be at least an informal conspiracy. They are shutting down everything they can get their hands on.
Well, but that was to be expected. Okay, when you come in
like this, I mean, and also you've got the very coordinated ACLU. You've got Act Blue, which is funding these attacks on on Musk's the Teslas and other organizations They are shopping. They get people. They shop around. They find the right judge. I mean, this isn't new. I mean, the ACLU did this with the Scopes case. I mean, which of evolution in Tennessee. They found this young teacher at a high school, Scopes, and they basically hired him to bring this case, and then they paid for it. Anyway, they are doing this, and they're shopping these judges, and they have been very successful. And as I said, the top of the snake is John Roberts and his wingman, Coney Barrett.
Well, one of the things that Speaker Johnson has talked about is defunding the courts.
Yeah, but I don't know how. I mean, I worry that he's a lot like Jim Jordan, right? Oh, they sound tremendous, and
That's the trouble with all these guys.
I mean, he shoots his mouth off he likes to see his fat face up on Fox, shooting his mouth off. They're not doing anything. I don't get the sense that Johnson has a lot of backbone. I mean, I just, something about him. I just, I wouldn't, I mean, I think he means well, but I think he's weak. Maybe I have a prejudice because of what he looks like. He looks like a 16-year-old boy. I don't know. It's like weird.
Well, I mean, you have to some extent, lower your expectations because this isn't like playing football, It was possible for John Elway to carry the whole team on his back. Not even so much Tom Brady, to be honest, but that's not what you have now. You have Donald Trump and a lot of other very fallible individuals who are being exposed. This stupid thing with the Signal chat business.
Right. Yeah.
Not that anything bad happened because it was still a successful mission, but you don't get the best and the brightest going into government. All right. And Trump proves that because he wasn't in government. All right. And then you're fighting up against the people that are careerists. So it's a tough deal, but you're definitely changing the attitude, and it's a victory as far as I'm concerned that the left is trying to fight it rather than controlling it.
Well, it is a victory, but the head of the spear are these conspiracy of judges, and they do seem to be. I mean, on the political front, I mean, I noticed that Trump had Elise Stefanik withdraw her nomination for UN, which is good because there was all this backroom crap going on in her district to turn it blue or to put in a rhino. So she's staying. I mean, because of that. So they're aware of the threat to Congress. There's a big election in Wisconsin right now. I think it's happening next Tuesday for judgeship, which could determine the future redistricting of the state's congressional districts. And that could be very bad news for Trump if this leftist judge wins, and it's very close. So we need to support, I don't know, is it Kimmel, I think his name is?
I believe so.
We could look it up. But the Republican there, we need to support him because it's one of those elections that could have bigger ramifications. It could affect things going forward. It could result in, I mean, if the Democrats, God forbid, take back Congress, Trump will be impeached the next week. And then if that's not successful, they'll just keep filing impeachments, and they'll put him in prison when he leaves office. I mean, it's that serious. It's very bad. They really mean what they're playing for keeps.
Well, but I mean, the good news to me is that they're in a position now where they have to fight like this. And let's face it, these people have no lives. All right. I mean, who the hell would volunteer to be a 30-year-old grad student to come in and fight this cause? Don't most people want to get married, have a family, have a normal life? You know what? Saul Alinsky, his life didn't end well. It's just, the trouble is that the left attracts misfits like this.
Yeah, but these are dangerous, unscrupulous street fighters, and we need to understand that it's a knife fight, and that Trump understands it. But he can't be alone. I mean, he can't shoulder this. And I think he's put together a pretty solid administration. If I look at some of these people, I mean, Kash Patel is no pushover.
Yeah.
Even Pam Bondi is turning out pretty well. I mean, and some of these other people, RFK, these are excellent. This is probably the best cabinet since Lincoln, I think, maybe even better. And they're in place, and they're fighting back, and they're planning. I mean, that signal conversation, if you actually read it, it's actually pretty impressive. They were debating, and JD Vance is not some mugwump who goes along either. He was like pushing back, and they were actually having a substantive debate over whether or not to do something, unlike in the past probably where everybody just goose steps along. They were really going over substantive issues, and it was actually a pretty good glimpse into the inner workings of the administration, which is impressive. So I think that these are all good people, and they're not effing around either. But the problem is that it is a street fight. It is a knife fight, and there's a lot going on in that fight that is out of the view of the public. It is very fierce and very.
Well, let me ask you this, all right, this Jeffrey Goldberg guy, for whatever reason, got on this chat.
Well, that's something that needs to be investigated, how he got in there, because he's a real scumbag.
But here's the thing, all right? There have been times, I've been on the internet since the 90s, that through some misadventure, I was getting people's emails. So what are you going to do? Be some sort of creep that keeps doing this? Or do you advise them, hey, you know what? You spelled the name of your company, you missed a letter. I'm getting all your email traffic. Like, stop doing this.
Right.
So, this guy, whether he got on by misadventure or he was put on purpose, don't you say, hey, you know what? I shouldn't be on this thing.
Well, yeah. Well, first of all, he's a reporter, and I actually get it. He gathered the information, and he's an enemy of Trump. He made up a lot of these hoaxes.
Yeah.
Anyways, this is a real dangerous guy, and he's supported by big insider media, the Atlantic, and this is the establishment. This is the CIA. This is the internationalists. And so he grabbed everything he could. The question is, how did he get into that system? Apparently, he's been involved in the past in some of these kind of computer shenanigans, getting into. I'm not suggesting he hacked, but using other names, using other things, using other letters. Somehow he got into it, and it should be investigated. I think it is being investigated. And then he gets in, he lies about it, and it's bad news.
And of course, within 30 seconds, the usual suspects call for everybody to resign.
Oh, of course.
Never mind that you had 4 years of an illegitimate president who was run by God knows who.
Yeah.
And
not to mention the fact that they installed that system and they were using it. Blinken and them, they all use that same system. I mean, the whole thing, I think, is dissipating. It's not good. It's embarrassing that this guy got into that system. But, this is going to be, I mean, they're going to make this into the next, perfect phone call. I don't know. I mean, who knows?
No, I think it's going to fall apart because I don't understand why they think it's a good idea to be on that side.
It's not really working for them. I mean, and so I think it's going to dissipate. But they are capable of all this stuff. I mean, Trump went in on day one and he fired as many of these people as he could. The Vindmans, people like his snakes waiting in the grass for the right minute. But now you have these corrupt judges putting them back. I mean, I don't know. It's going to take a long time to clean up the judiciary. I think it's going to probably be long after you and I have shuffled off the mortal coil. It's going to be, these people are going to have to die.
Oh, it got perverted. I don't know how far back you want to go. I can remember when I had a friend in high school whose father was a federal judge, and that meant something. And even then, I knew, okay, Irving Hill was a man of the left and all this stuff, but it didn't seem to be so awful back then.
Right.
But it's become a pure joke. If you just watch on YouTube these hearings, well, they'll put these lunatics up to be federal judge.
Well, that's who's all over the DC court, and they run it, and a third of them aren't even Americans.
Yeah.
I know. I just saw one with Ted Cruz interviewing this judicial nominee. I mean, she had put a violent sex, a rapist and sex abuser into a woman's prison because he had declared himself to be a woman. And he racked her over the coals, but you know something? She was confirmed.
Oh, yeah. Well, no, I knew that was going to happen.
Yeah. So, I mean, this is and her smug, arrogant attitude. And there's several. I mean, you can watch these things on YouTube.
No, I will tell you that I've had the misfortune of being involved in a couple of federal cases. The judges are scum. That's all I can tell you.
No, it's true. I mean, I think that the revelation of this whole thing with YouTube and showing this to the American public, people now see it. But the problem is they're there and they have this fiat power and they're using it now and blatantly using it in a way that is obviously unconstitutional. And I am not sure that Trump can do anything about that.
Well, one thing he can do is just finally cause the constitutional crisis.
Yeah, right. And maybe Johnson will make good on his comment about defunding some of them. They don't. The only thing the Constitution calls for is a Supreme Court. All of these federal districts were created afterwards. I mean, there have been presidents who have gone after that. I mean, Jefferson, he warned. I mean, you look at some of his writings. He warned about this judicial power. He wanted to arrest John Marshall. John Marshall had to leave town. That's why they called him a circuit judge. He got on his horse and he went up to another. He kept throughout those 8 years. He kept moving from town to town so he wouldn't get arrested. So I mean, this isn't new. This goes back. I mean, and he was an activist in his day, and he's revered by the establishment. He created this, in a sense, this powerful judiciary.
Well, that's right. The powerful judiciary is a complete fascist organization because it doesn't answer to the people.
And it doesn't answer to the Constitution. Their job is, we're talking about this in my sociology and law class, how to use the courts to create social change. No, the courts are not in the business of creating social change. That is something that's, if any government agency is, and they really, be very careful, it's legislators, state, local, and federal legislators. And the judiciary then examines these things and decides whether or not they're constitutional, whether or not they've overstepped their bounds. That's the separation of powers. They're not supposed to do these things from the bench. I mean, this is a philosophy that's become accepted, that they are. And look what happens. You have Roe versus Wade. You have Plessy versus Ferguson, where the government comes in and declares that it's okay to have Black people get separate treatment. You have Dred Scott, where they declared slavery legal. There was nothing in the Constitution that allowed that. Those are activist judges. And look what they did. I mean, they created a civil war in that case. I mean, it's, that's fiat power. Anyway, so Mike, what do you have coming up on your Substack?
Well, I had that piece come out yesterday on Snow White. And, I've gotten some good notices on that.
Yes, what a disaster that is. Good for them.
Well, I mean, but this is a disaster beyond measurement. How do you start off with a beloved classic? First of all, no one wanted a live-action remake anyway.
Yeah, right.
You have a case where everything they did was wrong. Everything. Okay? The two leads, number one, can't act. The only thing that Rachel brings to the table is she can sing, but so what? And all the DEI crap that was shoehorned into the movie, it's going to lose them hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yeah.
And as I referred to in the article, in 2009, no one remembers this. AP Giannini's granddaughter, Giannini, was the guy who founded Bank of America.
Hmm.
All right. And she came out in 2009 and just criticized the hell out of the current management of B of A, which was justified. Okay. Where are the Disney heirs complaining about how this entire thing has been trashed? Snow White 1937 made Disney. He risked everything. Okay.
Right,
And
to make they made a fortune.
for them to take their most beloved classic and trash it like this, these cultural vandals,
Mm.
it just defies any kind of logic. And if the company goes under, you know what? It was richly deserved.
Well, they're blowing everything that Disney made from the
Yeah.
first one. The second one comes along and it's going to sink the whole ship.
Yeah.
I mean, already I think it opened at it was like less than 50 million, which is a disaster for a movie that cost $500 million to make.
So what did Rachel Zegler say? Well, look, we're the #1 movie this week. Well, yeah, #1. First of all, nothing else was released that anyone was watching. But they don't know the basic arithmetic of the movie industry.
Right.
All right. That film would probably have to do $600-700 million to break even. It ain't going to do that. All right.
Right. No, it's a disaster.
And she's too stupid to realize she's destroyed her career in Hollywood. All right.
Oh yeah, sure. I mean, you talk about.
You know, I do remark that say what you want about Sam Goldwyn, Lou B. Mayer, and Harry Cohn. They wouldn't have tolerated this crap.
No, of course not.
Movie.
They were tough as nails. I mean, they wanted things that were excellent. They didn't have this kind of garbage. So yeah, the whole thing, the whole town seems to be sinking. And as you say, richly deserved. I don't know if they'll ever straighten up after this. They want to stay in business. I don't know. I doubt it.
No, here's the problem. They keep doubling down. Okay. Yeah. Because they haven't done it quite well enough. All right.
Oh my God. Yeah, that reminds me of this high school teacher who once said that the reason why communism failed is because they didn't quite do it well enough. Right. Yeah. Stalin didn't quite get it right. Right. Let's try it again. Let's do it more this time.
No, Stalin didn't quite get it right, and it was 70 years of bad weather.
It's always an excuse.
Yeah.
So anyway, Mike, but as always, thanks for joining me.
Okay, and congratulations on staying on TikTok for nearly half an hour.
I know. Well, I shut it off before they could suspend me. Anyway, I'll talk to you later. Thanks a lot, Mike.
All right, take care.
All right. All right, Charles Moscowitz here. Welcome to the program. Michael D. Shaw is here, of course, on our Thursday edition. And
first day of spring. First day of spring.
First day of spring. Hallelujah! In the golden era of Trump.
Is it the first spring day, though, in New England?
I don't know how you describe it, but it's still pretty cold here. The judicial insurrection, as it were, it seems like the last stand for the elites, and I would expect them to do something. You know, they're not going to just sit down and accept this dawning of a new era, which is what we're looking at right now. Really a taking on of these people. The whole election was predicated on our assumption that, here, I actually have a great quote here. Moses Coit Tyler, late 19th century American historian, he wrote a book called The Literary History of the American Revolution, where he notes that the American patriots during the American Revolution, they harnessed Enlightenment ideas not in reaction to injustice, because they were pretty prosperous, but in anticipation of British tyranny. And I think that describes the Trump era and the Trump victory. We are anticipating and we are witnessing the encroachments on liberty that have been going on for probably certainly the last couple of decades, if not going back to Wilson. And it's not that we're like, we're not oppressed, but we're concerned enough to try to seize the control of our ability to govern ourselves through our elections and to then take measures to reassert our sovereign rights under God. That's what I think this election
Well,
was
that's
about.
absolutely right. And the what you're calling the judicial insurrection is sort of their last stand. I mean,
Agreed.
it was no doubt. I don't know how many hundreds of federal judges there are. I think 700, and they know where each and every liberal stooge is, and they've
Oh,
actively.
they're filing cases by the minute, and
Yeah.
it's very preordained. I mean, you have radical groups like the ACLU and others, and George Soros's groups, basically finding people shopping for the right judges. They tried it here in Boston, by the way, and they failed because Boston's judiciary is pretty good, even if they're liberal. And then they bring these crazy cases that basically are trying to usurp the constitutional power of the executive branch. Now, I saw an interesting article by Professor John Yoo from University of California at Berkeley, of all places, and he noted that as a reaction to Watergate, there was a serious encroachment and redefinition of the executive branch and of the presidency. There was an overreaction. Don't forget, at that time, liberal Democrats took over both houses of Congress. There was, this is when they stabbed South Vietnam in the back by pulling all aid out, and then it helped the North Vietnamese come in and conquer the country. And they were doing other things, and it was headed up by Ted Kennedy and by Leahy over in Vermont and by the new senator from Delaware, Joe Biden. And and a bunch of other people. And what they did was they hamstrung the presidency. He makes this point because he's an expert on presidential history by turning the various departments of the executive into almost semi-sovereign entities. Like, for example, the Department of Justice would operate separate from the president, and that the president couldn't actually go in and get the attorney general to do anything. It would all be sort of quasi-independent, sort of like the way the Federal Reserve works. And that they also created this rule by bureaucracy. They enhanced these departments to the point where they could make rules and laws, actually, they call them other things, without either accountability to the executive or to Congress, that they actually became somewhat sovereign. And that the result is that the presidency was seriously compromised in terms of the actual presidential powers, because the founding fathers envisioned a strong president. They wanted to have a strong executive, and that was kind of undone. And now Trump is reasserting those constitutional powers that reside in the executive. He is, they couldn't, after Watergate, the president couldn't fire people. They couldn't, all these people would get some kind of immunity. They would have quasi civil service status, so because the civil service, which was created in the 1880s, it's difficult to fire those people, but they weren't high level. It basically expanded that entity to cover, people at all levels of these agencies, and that the president would have the power to appoint people. But once they were appointed, they had their own deal and they could do their own thing. And, it kind of goes hand in glove with what Michael Glennon talks about with the double government, the national security state. So what Trump is doing is he's reasserting constitutional prerogatives for the president. It's that simple.
Absolutely. And the trouble is that ever since Nixon, this hasn't been the case. And it causes me, and probably you, to wonder how much of Watergate was orchestrated, in that nobody really cared about breaking into the stupid DNC office.
Nixon didn't even know about it.
yeah, bringing down Nixon. And, we always say glibly it was payback for Alger Hiss, but I think it was more than that. That
Right.
this was a way of undermining the presidency,
Exactly.
and it's just starting to come back, it seems.
Exactly. It was an agenda to redefine the presidency, and it was a further step in the direction of what Wilson envisioned, which was government by bureaucracy,
Yeah.
government by what Steve Bannon accurately calls the administrative state, unelected, appointed, faceless bureaucrats making laws and basically ruling in a similar way that King George III ruled. This is what the American Revolution was about, stopping this encroachment on the sovereign rights of the citizen by this distant power that had no accountability, no legitimacy, frankly. And the other historian I saw an interesting comment, and he's been a guest on my show, is Larry Schweikart, the author of The Patriot History of the United States, a great counterpart to Howard Zinn's Treasonous People's History of the United States. And by the way, late Howard Zinn was a guest on my show years ago.
I didn't know that.
Oh, I wish this was before the internet, so I don't have a tape of it. But what an arrogant, had all the classic leftist affectations, the ticks and the moves and the sneers. Anyway, Schweikart has noted that when these rogue federal judges are coming in and saying, you can't fire the people at the USAID, you can't fire the people, from the, that Lee Zeldin can't fire all these hacks, this kind of thing. It's a double-edged sword, because what these decisions are saying, if you look at them, they're not saying you can't fire these people. They're saying you can't get rid of these positions. So what's happening is that President Trump is playing a bit of a long game here, in that he is firing these people, but he's replacing them, since they can't yet abolish the position, he's replacing them with MAGA people, which is something he wanted to do anyway.
Yeah.
And so it's a win-win for Trump. This is what Larry Schweikart notes. He says, on the one hand, if they're able to keep these positions in place, we're going to have all MAGA people, and they're going to do the agenda that President Trump was elected to do. Or eventually, if you have the Supreme Court, and there's no guarantees there, as we know, looking at the Constitution and realizing that it's settled law, Marbury versus Madison, 1803, the president can fire whoever he wants, and he does fire them, then he wins that way. Either way, it's moving in the right direction. I mean, they might have these little skirmish victories. They're putting some Biden hack in a certain spot, and it's aggravating. But in the bigger picture, they're not going to get away with it. And I think that, in my opinion, I think they jumped the shark with this Boasberg thing.
Absolutely.
The one when he wants planes to stop midair and return the Agua gang.
Yeah, right.
That to me is, the fact, and now you have to have Democrats defending this. It's like, it's actually quite rich. It's quite ironic, because, he's calling for, Julie Kelly is doing a great job as a reporter. She's been on this since the J6, and she knows the score. She says that the reason Boasberg now is trying to get like these minute facts, like the the logs of when the planes took off and how many people were there and who was there and who knew about it, is because they're trying to set up a trap. They're trying to do show that there was a defying of the court, because they knew that this decision had come out, even though he did it at Saturday night, and that therefore they are in contempt of court. And she was interviewed by Steve Bannon, and let's not forget, Steve Bannon, they put him in prison for 4 months for a lot less than that. So that might jaundice his opinion, but he's like, they're going to start putting people in prison over this. That's why they want that information, because once they have that, then they can show that there was an inconsistency. And they're going to the court, and they're going to use that to imprison people. I don't know about that, but what is happening is that Attorney General Pam Bondi is telling them to go go pump sand. She's not releasing that information. And she's doing it under the guise that this is national security. This is foreign policy. This is stuff that's none of the business of the courts. This is the function of the government. And that furthermore, there was a ruling years ago that the Alien Enemies Act is the standing law of the country, and that the courts are not allowed to interfere with that. So there's going to be a hearing on this, I think, on Monday, and that is what's going to be presented. So they're going to have to rule on whether or not the Alien Enemies Act is law, and she predicts that there's no way they can do anything but throw it out. Plus, this Boasberg guy is a radical whose wife was working for George Soros. His daughter was working for a radical, group trying to free violent prisoners and abolish prisons. We're talking real commie stuff. So he's seriously compromised. In a way, it's very much like that judge who was presiding over the Stormy Daniels business, with the daughter pulling in millions of dollars from left-wing Democrats because she's, my father is going to put Trump in jail. Send money. And by the way, Bondi's looking into that, and so isn't the FBI.
No, I think this is all going to fail, which is one of the reasons why my head nearly exploded earlier today, because I'm behind on writing these columns. And the thing that occurred to me is that if you combine all this crap, the Tesla terrorism, it's despicable that the left has been unmasked now as nothing more than a group of terrorist thugs. When's the last time the left did anything positive? Seriously.
I know, really. Can you imagine they're torching the best electric car ever made? I thought they liked electric cars, and here you have them. Elon Musk is not. He's vilifying him, and they're trying to bankrupt him. And you've got former vice presidential candidate Walz. Is he making a speech about how wonderful it is that his stock is tanking? His stocks are tanking. Ha ha ha.
So I mean, what was funny and infuriating with this Tim Walz, first of all, the guy comes across like a total goofball. He comes across like your eccentric uncle or something. The one we always make fun of at the family gatherings. Why in the world is this moron celebrating an American company's stock going down, who employs thousands of American workers? What in the world is wrong with this guy?
And not to mention the fact that I think about $500 million of stock is held by the Minnesota Retirement Board.
Yes.
And the Minnesota Pension Fund, where he's governor. So he's going to celebrate that. I mean, the whole thing, and this is what they have. I mean, it's like we're supposed to hate Elon Musk. Why? Because he is trying to cut the size of government. He's trying to get rid of waste and fraud. And he's finding these things that are unbelievable. I mean, in terms of like trying to sneak billions of dollars out the door, not just by Biden. It goes way back, but I mean, particularly with Biden, it's unprecedented. And he's exposing it, and he's cutting their funds off. And so I don't expect them to roll over. It's going to be ugly. They're not going to take this line.
They realize they're on the wrong side. I mean,
I think they do, and I think
what comes out of it. First of all, you look at Walz. Never mind that this imbecile was a candidate to be vice president. This guy is a governor of a medium-sized state. Who the hell elected this imbecile?
I know it's that's the head of the party now. That and Kamala guzzling her 3 or 4 vodkas before she gets up to speak. But I mean, it's really crashing. So that's why they're looking to these radical judges, and they're making a hero out of certain people being deported and having their visas revoked because they're involved in un-American activities. Something that not only is that absolutely the prerogative of the Secretary of State, But the Supreme Court recently, like as in like later last year, had an anonymous decision written by Ketanji Brown saying that the Secretary of State has the absolute authority to revoke visas for any reason. So, and yet there they are, they're making this guy into some kind of a martyr. He's like Luigi Mangione, this, oh, look at him. He's like so cute, right? We want to support him. How could you put him in prison? I mean, that's what they're about. That's what they have.
But other than this show, how many people come to the obvious conclusion that the left stands for nothing but destruction? Nothing. There's nothing positive.
People are coming to that conclusion. And I think that if you look at generally speaking, I think since throughout the 20th century, the left has never garnered more than at most 30% of support. Now they're down to 18% in the last poll.
Yeah.
So American people are realizing it, and they're really flailing. I mean, they're going to stand on these judicial decisions trying to hamstring Trump. It's not going to work. Trump is moving forward anyways. I hope that people around Trump understand that, and that it's going to get all thrown out at some point. Probably they say toward the end of May, early June, when these cases are going to be decided by the Supreme Court. Now, I don't trust the Supreme Court, certainly not Roberts. I mean, God, that's scary. So you can't totally depend on that. But, I believe in the Constitution. It's going to work out. I hope it doesn't take as long as rescinding Roe versus Wade, but eventually these things do come around.
Yeah. And then what do they have? All right. I mean, where is the adult in the room on that? Where's the Carville a little bit saying, you got to get off these weird positions. But you read formerly responsible newspapers like the Washington Post, whatever. I mean, even the LA Times is backing off a little bit. They'll spin stuff to the left, but they do not advocate for murderers and rapists that are being deported. I just, it makes you wonder.
Well, that's their cause. They want to save the Venezuelan gang, bring them back to the United States. I mean, that's what it comes down to. It's like, this is popular. They want that, and they want open borders, and they want sex change for children. What else are they into? I mean, I don't know what else they have.
But how does that help? What's an ultimate progressive agenda about sex change for children? How does that drive the bigger government and the big communist plan to save the world?
Well, it has. I think there are two factors going on with that. Firstly, there's a lot of big money behind that. I think we mentioned that Pritzker's brother, who's now his sister, wearing the dress. We're talking, multi billions of dollars given to Democratic Party, Democratic causes, and that's his thing. I mean, this is what he wants. And I think Soros is probably a big promoter. It's a big insider thing, and the Democratic people, I mean, the candidates, they're afraid to oppose it, even if they do. You had here in Massachusetts, Seth Moulton. He made some mild statements against men in women's sports because his daughters were on the soccer team at the high school. And he was absolutely, he had people like throwing crap at him as he went into his office in Salem, people protesting. It was ugly. And so he backed down. I think he might again be starting to talk about it again. So all the credit to him. But I'm just saying most of these
backing down. Why doesn't he just change parties? How stupid is the guy?
Because he wants to be a big progressive liberal, but he's like, I'm not on board with this. And I think that the people that support it are so nasty. Look at it. I mean, they're firebombing Elon Musk's cars. I mean, this is and it's not some
he's already nabbed 3 of them.
Yes, and I think that she's going to really throw the book at them. So maybe that can help. But
But let's talk about this Seth Moulton guy for a minute. All
sure,
right, go back what 40 plus years. Uh, Casey of Pennsylvania was a good old fashioned Democrat progressive, and that's when the abortion roller coaster came in. And
right.
he took a principled stand at first. What he should have done, as the supposed Catholic that he is just switched parties. Okay. And
I
the
think
thing
he
that,
probably caved, didn't he?
yeah, he
Yeah.
caved. All right.
He changed his position. Ray Flynn, former ambassador to the Vatican, former mayor of Boston. I know him. I mean, his show
Yeah.
used to come on right after mine when I was on the Christian station in Quincy, and he told me that the Democratic Party, he was pro-life. The Democratic Party purged all pro-life candidates. They were basically. He didn't change his party, though. I mean, you're right. I mean, he should have become a Republican. He wouldn't. He just couldn't do that. But they basically drove him out of public life. I mean, he was
Well,
black.
hang on. Okay. I mean, think about what you just said. He couldn't do that.
Well,
So
yeah,
where was his? Yeah. I
I,
mean, where is his Catholic faith? All right.
I
If
know exactly. Yeah, and there he was,
because
ambassador to the Vatican. He was very close to John Paul II. And a high visible spokesman for American Catholic Church. And yet he couldn't. He couldn't completely walk away
well, it
from.
was total idolatry at that point
Yeah.
because he even had to admit to himself that his wonderful Democratic Party was crap.
No, he did admit it to me, and I'm not taking out a turn here because I think he was. I'm not saying anything that he wasn't saying publicly, but he was really like just very angry and very despairing over the whole course of his of what happened to him. He was literally purged, and he said it happened all over the country. The Democrats purged anyone who didn't lockstep on that issue, and that's what they're doing with the transgender surgeries.
Right.
You disagree with that, you are persona non grata. You become like a non-person. It's like very Stalinistic. They take, the famous picture with Stalin standing on the deck of a boat with four other guys,
Yeah.
and then there's another one. There's only three there, and then there's another. There's only two left.
Right.
It's almost like a Twilight Zone. They're like whited out.
Yeah.
Well, that's what happens if you go against this agenda. You're going to get whited out. And I don't know, maybe that's what I don't know if that was what concerned Ray Flynn, but that's why Moulton is not going to
Well,
jump.
this is a big problem. I mean, the people have this desire that they have to belong to something. Okay, because when all this transgender sports thing started, and I think you and I talked about this at the time.
Right.
I said, I really don't get it. Okay. These girls in collegiate swimming, who cares? There's no pro swimming circuit. Quit the team. Who cares?
Well, a lot of them have. I mean, especially with the contact sports. I mean, a lot of it's tragic. I mean, this. I think the Olympics has banned this. By the way, you had that girl who she's going to be getting into a boxing ring with one of these guys. I think 1 minute in, and she said, I'm out of here. I quit. She'd worked probably for years to get to that point.
Well, why didn't more of them do
I'm not
that?
going to get my head bashed in here.
So I just don't understand sometimes what motivates people.
Well, the other factor, besides the big money from Pritzker's brother or sister, is the fact that ideologically, this is the core idea of the left. It's the core idea of the communist left that you can transform and change human nature. What could be more of a totem of this kind of fetish than literally transforming someone's sex? It's like it's so exciting to them, that you can be a male one day and a female the next, and the whole binary thing. You can decide 10, 20 times, 100 times a day what you are and what you're not, or you can be nothing. You could be neither. I mean, it's just the ultimate manifestation of their philosophical orientation. I mean, this idea that, it's a snubbing your nose at God. It's like, God created men and women in his image, and yet this is saying no. I mean, there was somebody at my synagogue, I've mentioned this, who very learned, I mean, and also happens to be a doctor. I don't want to talk about this too much because I don't want to, if anybody from Boston might know who I'm talking about. But he's giving a sermon. He's been invited. And it so happened that when you do a sermon in the synagogue on the Sabbath, it correlates to the portion of the Torah that is happening that week, right? I think that the church works the same way.
Yeah.
And in fact, the Catholic Church actually created these portions, and Judaism completely embraced it, and rightfully. It was a brilliant redactation of the Torah. So this particular week, you had the story of Adam and Eve. God created men and women in his image, so the book of Genesis says. And he threw in a few comments about that. Well, we now know that that's really not what happened, of course, because there really is no definition of men and women. And, and he went into this. And that's what the left is about. They have to overthrow the Torah. They have to overthrow the basic definitions that emanated from creation. God created all these separations. He created light from darkness, the firmament from the earth, the land from the sea, the animals from, every little species was separated until you finally got to men and women whom he created in his image. That's what made them different than all other beings on the earth. And he gave them language and the ability to reason. So they resent that because they want to be God. They want to decide reality. They want to decide who is men and women and what that means, or that there is no such thing. That's why they can say, well, men can get pregnant. They can say this in congressional testimony. You've probably seen this.
Of course.
You've seen that professor from, I think, UCal San Diego, who was interviewed by Josh Hawley. He's like, it's not so much of, what is a woman, which of course she would not answer, but that men can get pregnant. That's the ultimate expression of the left. You can decide reality. You can make up whatever you say is true. Whatever you say is good. And it's man controlling. I mean, Whittaker Chambers talked about this in the introduction to his book, Witness. It's a fight between God and man. God created the universe. God created all of the entities of the world, or the natural world, as a supernatural being. Whereas on the communists, the second oldest religion, they want to replace that with man's ability to create the world. Man decides. A clique of enlightened, how they get enlightened is never described, but somehow they have some kind of cosmic consciousness that gives them the right to decide what is true, what is real. That's why they need to control all the means of communication so they can have that message go out in a pure way, and they cannot be confronted and there can be no dissent.
Well, right. I mean, that's all correct, but are you surprised how many people fell in line with this? The movie industry, so many people in the Democratic Party. I mean, you can make, for example, I suppose, somewhat of an intellectual argument for abortion, I guess, but it really is pretty thin gruel.
They control the high ground because, I mean, there is something exciting and intoxicating about this idea that you are the king of the universe. These people are out of touch with reality. They're insane. They're privileged. They've got wealth. They feel like I'm now, every day when I wake up, I then descend from the top of Mount Sinai and share my great wisdom with all of man. And that they feel a sense of rightness is like, You listen to the way they talk; it's very syrupy. Like,
Yeah.
oh, it's very kind of exalted. It's almost like they're in some kind of a trance, and that they can decide what what they're doing is good. They can decide that they're going to improve the world literally by using these powers that they've somehow been given and that they've seized and that their clique has seized. And then it's reinforced by the fact that you've got, as they used to say, birds of a feather flock together. They think alike. They communicate with their various codes and their bumper stickers. And it's like when you intone those codes, you're welcomed into this. It's not like a secret society, but it's an informal secret society in that you become one of the beautiful people. You become one of the elect. You're serving for the greater good. And that thus you become one of these people that can reorder the universe, recreate man. We're talking about this in my American Revolution history class. All these American Revolution historians who took a somewhat of a communist view and they started to reinvent American history because they said, well, a real revolution is one like the French Revolution, where they're going to re-identify and reconnoiter the entire society, redistribute all of the material goods, redistribute reality in the eventual aspect. And the idea of changing somebody's sex is probably one of the ultimate expressions of it. It could be, who knows what the future holds. But as of now, I mean, that's pushing the envelope about as far as it's ever been pushed.
Well, but people fall for it somehow.
Well,
What
people fall for it because they control the high ground of communication and they give out awards. They give out trophies and they give out punishments if you don't fall for it. People internalize that at an early age. These people are thugs. If you play ball, you're going to get all the goodies. You're going to get invited to the cool parties. You're going to get the good girlfriend. You're going to get, trophies. I mean, their shelves are groaning under the weight of all the trophies they give each other. I mean, just a cultural example. If you watch any of these award ceremonies, whether it be the Academy Awards or the other, the Emmys or the Gabbies or whatever the hell they call them, they talk about how amazing, or these late shows like like, I don't know, not David Letterman, the newer guy, Kimmel, and them. The main topic of conversation is how wonderful each of them are and how they spoke with this person and how they're all as if these people have some kind of magic. I'm part of this world where I hung out with so and so and this one and that one we on a double date and there was that one. And you feel like, wow, gee, that's so interesting. I would have liked to have been there. Here I am, this kind of peon. I could never hang out with those people. I couldn't afford to, but I'm not
are
one of these
people
beautiful.
really that pathetic?
Well, it's sort of a subtle message, and that this is their entire discussion is around how wonderful it is that they know Meryl Streep or whoever whatever it is, and what these people are so amazing. And they go on this world where that's all they talk about is each other and how they know each other and how amazing it is that these people are in the world. I mean, I hung out with De Niro or somebody, wow, oh my God, incredible. And, and how great they are and how talented and how brilliant they are. And when they give the awards, they go on and on. This person, oh, and how much they love this person and how they did this. And they went to this event and I saw them here. And, and it's all because they bow to this agenda, this idolatrous agenda, whatever it may be at any given time. They get all these awards. I mean, I had a conversation actually with a relative of mine who was a far left wing guy who did pretty well in financially. And I said, look, I mean, if you're such a socialist as you self-describe, why not redistribute your own wealth? I mean, you're living above your means. Whatever happened from each according to his ability to each according to his means. And his answer was interesting in that he said, well, this is my award for being a good socialist. I get to do this,
Let me think about that for a minute.
right? I mean, it's like, hey, I was on the right side. I was advocating all the right things to people all my life, so I'm entitled. That's all.
And
This
he
is
really believes that.
Oh yeah, and this is I mean, if you take a look at any of these communist dictators, whether it be Castro or Ho Chi Minh or Kim Il Sung, these people are so rich that they'd make the biggest capitalist blush with embarrassment by the way they live, but they don't actually own anything. It's all stuff that's been expropriated when their communist regime took over, and they're rewarded. I mean, Mao Zedong, lavish lifestyle. Anything he wanted, he had. Technically, he owned nothing, but it didn't matter because the whole philosophy was if you're on the right side and you're doing the work of the revolution and you're a leftist, you're entitled to this. This is all what, in fact, we want to give you more of everything because you're doing the right thing. So, I mean, that's the mentality.
And people on that side just don't see this, I guess.
Well, I mean, it's also has a cult quality to it, and it has a certain informal secret society quality to it, very much like what Michael Glennon talks about with his double government. They have power. It's a game of power, and it's a game of material control, and it's wrapped in this self-righteous attitude that I think they internalize and they believe in that they have some kind of a mandate to do good. Hitler believed that they were doing good by removing the Jews from Europe. He didn't think he thought it was very humane because it was like going to make this utopian society and that the Jew was the enemy of the masses, which you could replace Jew with any other category. I mean, you could replace it with MAGA, actually.
Yeah.
Whatever the enemy is, they always have to have somebody that is an obstacle to our great leap into the sunlit future, and that they believed they were doing good by conducting the Holocaust. I mean, they did. So back to the issue of judicial, insurrection.
You think that is going to come to a screeching halt sometime in the late spring?
Yes.
Where they've exhausted all this crap. And I agree with you. So what do they do next?
Well, and also let me just say, even though it's certainly depressing when they come out with these decisions and
it's horrible.
You have to put back U.S. aid people, and that
he's not going to do that.
But Stacey Abrams is going to get her billions of dollars that Biden was basically throwing off the deck of the Titanic as he was leaving, with probably an auto pen. Putting that aside, it's depressing, but it's not going to fly in the long run. It's just, it's not going to help them. They're not going to, just a couple of decisions and it's going to be over. They're just not going to get that done. I can't believe it that's going to stand in this country. And, it's any more than all of the lawfare stood against Trump when he was out of office. This is just a continuation of the lawfare, except now instead of just going after Trump and trying to have him killed and put in prison, now they're trying to do it to the entire country because they think it's going to hurt the entire movement around Trump. And I would refer people, if they want any evidence of this, to look at Mark Elias's Twitter page. They subscribe to him. I comment back to him. He knows who I am. Because he's one of the architects of this, him and Weissman. But, they're two buddies. I mean, they basically are, working together. But he's a truth teller. He brags about it. We're winning on this case. We're winning on that case. I didn't even know they were bringing this case. You can learn, you can look at his page and know exactly what they're doing and how, they really are convinced that they're going to do it. And he goes, this is just the beginning. The ball is going in our way. We're going to get one over here in California, and we have one going up in Maine. And, he lays it all out. So,
Well, speaking of Maine, what is the agenda there?
oh, you
What does
mean
she hope to gain?
with Janet Mills?
Yeah,
Oh, I mean, Maine has really been taken over. If you go to Portland, you can see it. That the southern part of that state has been taken over by really, really demented, wacko leftists. And
but what about the average Mainer who
well,
lives
the average Mainer, we're talking about a small. Maine is, I think it's something like 85% of the population of Maine is in that small triangle between
there?
Portland and Portsmouth, New Hampshire. It's just that southernmost part of the state.
Yeah, right.
The rest of the state is great. I mean, it's conservative. It's but they don't have any power. It's all in the hands of this. They've built it up since the 60s. A lot of hippies went up there. A lot of alternative types. It's where Bethel, Maine has the this institute that was set up by, who was it? Kurt Lewin or something, some Kurt Meisner, who basically trains teachers to be change agents.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically a factory for the left, and they employ a lot of people up there, and they all went up there, and they just control that state. It's too bad because it's a great state and it's a beautiful place, but it's really, I don't know if it's completely gone. They put in the ranked voting so they could just keep rigging. You can keep voting and voting and voting and voting until they get who they want. And I don't know what's going to come of that.
Yeah. Really
But
sad. Well, what's going to come of this school thing is it's going to eventually Trump's going to prevail. So, what is her point in doing all this crap? To prove her bona fides or what?
yeah, that's the power base up there,
Yeah.
and she thinks she wants to be a national figure, and she's just also I think a former hippie. Just they're trying to see if they can put together some kind of a national leadership. It's either that or this guy who was lost his passport, who was agitating against Jewish students at Columbia. That's a big cause for them. They're just trying to latch on to some kind of a leftist cause and see if they can get any traction. I don't think they're going to. I don't think she's going anywhere outside that state. And I think that Maine might even change. Who knows? I mean,
But it's so pathetic because there's some poverty in that state. There's industries that have left. There's positive things that could be done. And for them to harp on this garbage, it is, I mean,
well,
it's so.
look, here in Boston, we just had Mayor Wu deliver her State of the City address, which hasn't even been covered, by the way, by the Globe because it was so bad, where she's talking about, I mean, it's like no one even knew what happened. She's talking about we're going to defend all of our immigrants, which she means is illegal aliens.
Right, right.
And she spent $650,000 out of the taxpayers' coffers, so she could testify in Washington about when they called her down to testify, and she very skillfully didn't answer any questions about sanctuary city or anything like that. Instead, it was all like, it's because of too many guns, and that's why there's crime, and we have such a great record. And it's bad news. I don't know. I've heard rumblings that she's not popular, even among liberals. You have she has a real opponent in Josh Kraft, who's Bob Kraft's son, by the way, and who's liberal but not crazy like her. Who knows? It could be an upset.
Never a dull moment with this stuff.
And of course, our governor, Maura Healey, she's back to spending huge sums of money on so-called migrants, putting them up in hotels, signing a contract with this local caterer so they get 3 meals a day.
Right. So, but what does the typical blue collar guy in Worcester think about this?
I don't, I mean, I wonder where they are, because Worcester just became a sanctuary city for transgender.
Okay.
You saw this, right? So I mean, and it's and anybody who talks about it or criticizes it is creating something that's less than a safe space. You know, people are gonna get violent, right? And if this is something that professor brought up to Josh Hawley. You're naming about the transgender that creates. Don't you know how many murders of transgender people is happening? You're responsible for that by even questioning this thing. I mean, which, by the way, not to get into a subject, but I have a feeling that a lot of those deaths are due to suicide because
Oh, without a doubt. Without a doubt.
it has nothing to do with whether someone's criticized. It has to do with what's going on. And I think it also has to do with certain unsafe sexual practices, put someone in a position where they could have violence done. So it's not, I mean, I don't see, already I'm like, you're blaming the victim. I'm not blaming anybody. I think if an honest sociologist did a little survey on this, which none of them will do, they're going to find out what's going on with that. Anyway, maybe they might
Well,
say
that's the other problem too,
they
is that
might actually save some lives, which they don't care about.
academia has totally capitulated to this.
I think that might change because I think that the Trump administration is cutting back on funds to these leftist academic institutions. They're actually apparently the not the PhD programs, but a lot of these like leftist, like the studies groups.
Yeah.
They were gouging the federal government by inflating grant requests, going way back. Because technically the grant requests get a 15% markup when you go to private issuers of grants. And that's what it's supposed to be. But because it was the government, they were asking for exorbitant fees and they were rolling in dough and it was costing a fortune. And now, thanks to Musk and thanks to Doge, they've uncovered this and they're cutting it off. So the money spigot is being tightened. And I think that that combined with the fact that sociology at Boston University and at, I think, Florida State, it's no longer offered as a degree. They're no longer accepting students. Not because there's something wrong with sociology. I'm studying sociology. It's a fantastic science, if it's honest. But because it's become so corrupted by the left, it's such a lapdog for leftist causes and to try to scientize those causes that people aren't applying for it anymore. Students don't want it. They don't want to be part of it. It's like it's just a propaganda machine. And so it's going away. And this happened before Trump. Trump is actually more of a symptom of this. And so I think that they're starting to, these colleges and these leftist controlled entities, I think that's going to start cracking in the next year or two.
Boy, I hope so.
Yeah, because I think that their monopoly is going to get shaky because the money is being cut off and because students are walking away. But
Yeah.
we'll see. We'll see.
Well, I found out it confirms something that I had heard rumors of for years. Talking to some friends the other day, they have a granddaughter who went to some private school and found out that the UC system discriminates against you if you go to a private school. She had a very high grade average and SAT, so it didn't matter. Didn't get into any UC school.
Well, it's that plus DEI, right?
Yeah, well, they were both in play.
Yeah.
And if I look back, even when I went to UCLA, you could see stuff like this going on, but obviously it got much worse over the decades. So I always have these conversations with my oldest son, which one of us hates academia more? Now, where he goes off is on academic medicine, because he's a doctor.
Right.
And if you get started on this, he'll just go nuts for hours about how bad it is.
So that even the medical school has been co-opted and infiltrated.
Oh, completely co-opted.
We thought that the left cares about science, right?
Well, they care about it in perverting it.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's one thing to have critical theory in Harvard Law School, which is it completely controls, but to get into Harvard Medical School,
Yeah, yeah.
that's a problem because then we're messing around with life and death. That's no longer just a bunch of nincompoops telling you,
Well,
you
even
can,
that doesn't matter. Remember Ethel Rosenberg?
yeah.
More important to die for the cause. So,
Well, yeah, but the problem, I don't, if they want to die for the cause, good riddance, but I don't want them to kill me when I go to the
yeah,
hospital.
well, that's
You know. So anyhow, but all I think is, I mean, I'm very optimistic the way things are going. I think that Trump is crushing
I mean,
it.
I haven't seen you this optimistic for so many weeks in a row in a
I
long
know.
time.
Oh yeah, no, I mean, I am, and I look at the people around him. They're absolutely crushing it.
Yeah.
Stephen Miller is brilliant. I don't know if you watched.
Oh,
He is absolutely, and Cash Patel. You can't get better than that. With Dan Bongino as his wingman, they're going to clean house over there. They're already doing it. I understand. It's not an easy job, but it's going to completely transform the FBI and bring it back to what it should be. I mean, there's so many good signs. The only one that makes me a little nervous is Pam Bondi, but whatever. I think she'll be okay. I just wonder if she's a little weak. Maybe that's because I have a bias against good-looking women. I don't know. But we'll see. I mean, it's not. It would have been better to have Matt Gaetz, but that's the way it
well, I
goes.
think he came with too much baggage, though. That
He
was
did.
the
Unfortunately, he had a little too many. Too little rough around the edges. But somebody like that, I mean, I don't know if she quite has that kind of capacity, but she's okay. I mean, I'm not complaining. Believe me.
well,
I
she
mean,
hasn't backed down from anything yet.
no,
So,
so far so good. And Hegseth, I think, is cleaning house over at the Pentagon. They're howling with rage, but he's doing it. And everyone, I mean, they're all Lee Zeldin. He's absolutely, crushing it in every sense. They're all good. I haven't seen one bad one in the bunch. And I think that Trump learned his lesson from last time about having snitches and traitors around him. Ain't happening. He got rid of them and he's firing them all.
well, I really like what Zeldin's doing to the EPA because, as I've said on a couple of different forums, the main problem with the EPA is that by 1985, all the issues with pollution were essentially solved. So then they had to branch out into extreme areas, and it just got worse and worse and worse.
Oh yeah, I mean, problems. It's the same. They're doing the same thing with race, right? That's what DEI is all about. I'm not saying there isn't racism, but I mean, really, I mean, in this country today, being a black man or a black woman, it's gold. If you want to get ahead. I mean, there's no longer this kind of. This isn't the Jim Crow era, and yet they want to kind of codify that and make it into a permanent structure and create an industry around it where they can rake in, billions of dollars and fatten their pockets. It ain't going to happen. It's being dismantled,
yeah.
and everyone is going to benefit. And that's one of the reasons why I think Trump is ahead with black people in this country. They don't need this. It's I mean, you can look at almost every sector now. This is a revolution economically. The idea of having the tariffs, yeah, there's going to be some short-term pain, but it's a reordering of the entire economy. It's basically, charging a fee to do business in this country, and at the same time reducing the fee on working people. Trump has talked about. I mean, that's a great team. Besant and Russ Voigt at Office of Management and Budget. I mean, and what's his name? The one at Commerce. I forget his name, a Jewish name. Anyway, these guys know what they're doing. Anyway, Rutnick or something.
Lutnick, Howard
Lutnick. Howard Lutnick. They've been planning this for years while Trump was in exile. This isn't something they just cooked up yesterday. And they're reordering the entire economy so that we have labor and industry domestically protected. You have oil and gas exploration and rare earth exploration, and you have a reduction in taxes. Trump has, I think he's doing this. It's going to be, there's talk about the dividend being that anyone earning less than $150,000 a year, they won't have to pay income tax. That's what the income tax was supposed to be about anyways. Even under Wilson, when they passed the 14th Amendment or the 15th Amendment, it was only supposed to be just very, very high earners. It wasn't supposed to be working people. Getting rid of the taxes on Social Security, that's going to put a lot of money in the pockets of fixed income people. That's money that was already taxed when they put it in. It's a double tax. It's unfair. And it was put in place in the 90s by the U.S. Senate, headed up by Senator Joe Biden. He's the one who authored that. I remember I debated this issue with Barney Frank when I ran against him. It was one of my favorite moments.
Well, how do you justify it?
Oh, he was like, Mr. Morse. He goes, I'll tell you here. And I'm like, Mr. Frank, Congressman Frank, I'll say this. It was just a pure debate. And that's when before I changed my name to Moscowitz. So that's another story. But anyways, economically, it's a major change back to a system that basically supports working people. It reduces regulation, supports small businesses, and basically do what the left always claimed they wanted to do, taxing the rich. Oh, they're going to complain bitterly. And socially, we're moving away from the radical left agenda. Politically, I think that we're making ground on all fronts. There's talk about reforming, and this is an issue that I hope is not forgotten, reforming the electoral system so that we have same-day voting, voter ID, paper ballots, everything that Elizabeth Warren claimed that she supported, but then forgot about. Getting rid of the machines. It's moving in that direction. I mean, these are all things that are going to ensure the future of one man, one vote, and the sacredness of the elections. So I feel optimistic.
What do you think is the order of how the institutions are going to fall or change? I have a feeling that the media is going to be the last to succumb.
That's like the last bastion. That's the Waterloo.
Yeah.
They're all kind of like in there, holed up, and they'll have to starve them out.
I mean, you almost feel sorry for people like Caitlin Collins that come in with this pre-written talking points and inevitably gets shot down, bing, bing, bing. And then the next day she'll have another similar set of these things. And your argument will fight. She's getting X million dollars a year to do this. So this is the game she's playing. But I don't know. How do you
they got rid of Lester Holt. He's leaving.
Yeah.
I mean, I hope that they're not going to pick somebody worse, but I don't think so. I think he's leaving because they're hemorrhaging. Even the New York Times now is laying people off. The Washington Post, I mean, is changing their editorial face. Even Ben and Jerry's is changing. Did you see that?
No.
The Ben and Jerry's, those two old rotten hippies, those two dirty guys. I mean, they sold out a long time ago to corporate America, but by selling Ben and Jerry's to Unilever. Well, the Unilever now has come in and they're firing the new guy because they're tired of his progressive tweets. They're like, this isn't helpful. So that's big. I mean, that was one of the major linchpins.
I didn't know that, but that doesn't stop Ben and Jerry themselves.
No, but I mean, they already sold out a long time ago. Talk about the two biggest phonies. I remember when they took the $30 million and put it in their fat pockets. They're like, oh, this is such a crisis for us. Poor babies, right? Yeah. Such a crisis. Oh, we should all suffer from that kind of crisis. Anyways, just such a bunch of hypocrites and phonies. And
they still live up in Vermont?
I don't know, but I mean, whatever. They're just a bunch of fakers. So I think that even those people are starting to shake away. It's just it's not it's a this is a as I started with. I mean, this is a revolution. This is like I don't know. I mean, in American history, it's like the Jacksonian democracy. Andrew Jackson came in and he's changed everything. That's what's happening now. And it's going to change things for the next generation and beyond. I don't think that the Democratic Party and I don't think the left is going to come back from this. They don't know it yet, but they are on the losing side of history.
And they keep doubling down. I mean, look at Disney with what the absolute wreck of Snow White is. And they
Because they pulled away some of the marketing dollars for that.
They don't really have premieres as such.
Yeah, but they're not wasting. They were going to do this huge multi-million dollar. They're not doing that because they're tired of throwing good money after bad. Ultimately there is a dollar sign. I mean, they don't want to end up like Enron. It's like after a while, I mean, the thing is going to snowball, and they'll wake up one day and it'll be like, sorry, we spent all your pensions. We're going out. So. I mean, they're just not. It's diminishing. I think for them, they're not doing that for that movie because it is so bad.
But they had every chance to do the right thing, and they didn't. I mean, that's what was so astounding to me. That when they were talking about this 2 or 3 years ago, and they were getting 100% negative feedback on every single thing they were doing, and they just plowed ahead. And then the ultimate mistake was they couldn't keep Rachel Zegler quiet. So, of course, she gets into an argument with, the whole thing that was bad about that, first of all, I don't know where the hell they got that broad. She's nothing more than a talented high school drama girl. That's all she is. I've seen a million of them in LA. All right. They're all over the place.
Yeah.
What she should have done is kept her mouth shut, but she never could.
She is who she is. I mean, it's all it all comes out. It's all exposed in the end.
And meanwhile, Gal Gadot, Israeli, and Zegler keeps talking about the Palestinians, so they have to now separate the two stars of the movie. And by the way, neither of those women can act. I mean, that's the other problem.
Yeah, right.
So who the hell thought it was a good idea? And instead of having real dwarves, you have CGI monstrosities. And, I mean, think about this. $350 million in this movie. And who is in charge? Where's the adult supervision?
Yeah. I mean, I guess that they couldn't hire dwarfs because that would be politically incorrect, right? I mean,
I don't know. 4 factors that will like the job. Why didn't they hire?
It's kind of like, I mean, maybe this is a metaphor for this, but in the late 1960s, it became unfashionable to have like the freak shows and the sideshows.
Yeah.
And the result was that a lot of people who were making a very good living, like the man with the lobster hands, lobster boy and bearded lady, and the one who could stick nails in his, they all lost their jobs and they ended up settling in this community in Florida.
Belglade, Florida. Yeah.
You know about this.
Oh, yeah.
And they resented it. It was bad because they were, it's like, oh, no, we can't have them because it's, not politically correct. And I think that it's maybe that same mentality that's stripping away any kind of realness to these things.
Well, yeah, they're trying to protect them from themselves. At least they were able to be employed,
And they're still pushing a radical agenda and a radical sexual agenda. I don't know. I mean, my wife and I are watching this show, White Lotus. Have you seen this?
Heard about it.
Yeah. I mean, we're watching it and that's an agenda. They're pushing some really dark sexual stuff on that show. stuff that has in society has been, and rightfully, looked at as bad, going back to the Bible times. I mean, we're talking like incest.
Yeah, yeah.
And they're making it look fun and glamorous. And they're doing this on the show. Talk about agendas. And look, that show is seen by millions of people. Those things have an impact on society. I mean, it's basically mainstreaming pedophilia, mainstreaming incest, and a bunch of other things by just showing it in a trying to make it look like it's interesting and normal. And yeah, so they're still doing this. They're still trying to pull this crap. They're still doing it's basically doing porn, frankly. And I don't know. I mean, I don't think it's going to work for them, because I think that the minute somebody touches a child, they're going to end up in the can for life. I hope.
Yeah.
But
well, meanwhile, we watch it all unfold.
Indeed. So, and what's coming up on the Substack?
Well, all the stuff that I haven't finished, but I just can't get over this notion of doubling down, tripling down on stuff that isn't working. I just have to wrap my head around that, because it's so counterintuitive.
We've been talking about this for a while. It's fascinating to watch. It's almost like a double reality, or as Michael Glennon talked about, a double government. All right, so Mike, listen, talk to you next week. As always.
All right, well, you have a good one.
You too. And onward and upward.
Indeed.
Okay, take care.
And I hope spring comes to Boston. Well, that didn't last. You're back.
We are back, and I'm going to be very careful here. Everything is very finicky, but we are live here. Charles Moscowitz, welcome to the program. Everything is functional now. Michael D. Shaw is here. Mike, how are you?
Just great. Back from the kind of road trip I used to take as a young salesman back a million years ago.
Yeah.
Kind of took the starch out of me, but here I am.
Where are you headed? Were you headed out of state?
Or it was Pacific Northwest.
Okay.
And for those of your viewers that live in that area, they wouldn't be surprised to hear, the ride from Seattle to Portland, it rained the entire way.
Okay.
And what's then the rain came back down to LA. So here we are.
What's happening in Seattle? I understand there's a lot of kind of not anarchy, but homelessness, and just, I don't know. It doesn't seem like things are flying quite right up there.
It didn't. I don't know. There were parts of it that looked a little different from what I remember.
Yep.
And again, it was mostly, seeing people on business who didn't have time to tour around. Pike Place is still there, of course, and any old Starbucks person knows that location. But yeah, it was. Those towns have, let's say, changed since I was younger. So.
Are people talking about Canada and the relations with the United States, or is that an issue that?
That came up a little bit. That seems to be more of a thing in the East, I
Yeah.
guess, because certainly, BC is more socialistic, but Alberta toward the west is very pro-American, and they would probably join as 51st state in a minute, So.
Well, I mean, it's all interesting, and I kind of titled the program today "Coup Against Trump" only because in the midst of everything, I just have maybe it's a nervous feeling about knowing or somewhat knowing the enemies of Trump and what they're capable of. I know that just before the election, I was having a complete meltdown over the possibility of it being stolen. I mean, you might remember that. And I sent a note at the time to Steve Turley, who's been on my program, and who was very good, but he was really Trump is crushing it. He's nailing it. Look at these polls, and every show, and he's talking about the incredible victory. And I just kind of cautioned him that maybe he's engaging in too much happy talk because it doesn't matter whether he's ahead in the polls. The enemy will take him out no matter what. And he accused me of being too traumatized by the last election, that that we too much of a naysayer. And
Well, I don't know. I mean, it worked out better.
Yeah,
I think that he won in 2024 anyway.
it did, and now he's like hitting the ground he understands the nature of this enemy, and he's going after them without any compunction in a way that it's only great. I mean, it can't even be. I have no problem with anything he's doing. He really understands what's up. He's being very cool, and the enemy continues to. And when I say the enemy, reasonable political opposition is fine. That's the American way. I'm talking about something much deeper than that, though. These are people who. There's a saying, and I can't quote it, but it's from the Chinese philosopher Sun Tzu, or, the
Art of War, yeah.
Yeah, Art of War, where he says that there's a type of enemy that's willing to burn down the entire country and turn everything into ash rather than let their opposition get any victory at all.
Right.
And I think that's what we're looking at here. They don't care about, obviously, the welfare of the country, the will of the people, all of the conventional things that we assume most Americans care about and do. They care about stopping Trump. And I think that now that Trump is really showing his hand, they're probably more determined than ever. And who knows what they're going to pull off? I mean, right now, it seems like their main card, and I say this both from the news and also from continuing to follow Mark Elias on Twitter, because he's a truth teller. He's one of the main architects. He was one of the architects of the Russia hoax, of the perfect phone call impeachment, of the lawfare programs, all of it. And he is touting the fact that they are winning in courts because they have well-placed judges, basically threaded throughout the entire system, who are willing to rule against President Trump's agenda, in spite of the fact that most of what he's doing has been done before by presidents, and most of it is part of his purview under the Constitution as the chief executive. They're just, I mean, even today, I mean, they're like that rotten law firm, Perkins and Coie, which is behind most of the things I just mentioned. They are having their privileges restored by a judge in terms of having direct access to government information. These are the arch enemies of Trump. On what grounds constitutionally do they get that ruling?
Well, here's the thing, Chuck. You're right. Their only tactic is to use these, as you call them, well-placed left-wing federal judges. But the problem is that's all they've got, and it's ultimately going to fail because obviously it was never the intent of the framers that the entire executive branch could be subject to the whims of some moronic federal judge somewhere, and it's going to turn.
I
So,
agree, but it's going to slow everything down. And
well, it'll slow everything down, but that's all they've got. And in the meantime, what they should be doing, if they wanted to regain some influence, is to get away from their terrible positions. But instead, they're doubling, tripling down on
yes,
men and women's sports and whatnot.
right,
So they're going to self-destruct, and then
right,
all that's going to be left at the end
yeah.
are the apparatchiks, the Barcalayases of the world, and that's fine. And they don't have the people anymore. Okay.
I think you're right, and that's the rosy picture that I agree with. I think that they are beholden, it turns out, to some very powerful money people, some donors who are funding the agenda that's so unpopular. I mean,
Yeah.
example is like women's sport, men and women's sports, and the trans agenda, funded by the brother who wears a dress of Governor Pritzker. Right,
Yeah.
this guy, the
Yeah.
brother is multi-billionaire. This family, they own the Hyatt Regency hotel chain, and he's a trans, and he funds and threatens to cut funding to any Democrat politician who goes against his agenda. George Soros is another one. He's still pouring money in. He had poured in $250 million that was given to him through USAID. You've got, still that guy up at LinkedIn who funded one of the lawsuits against Trump. That crazy woman who said that Trump had attacked her at Bergdorf Goodman.
Right.
He's up. They've got these big money people. Another one is this guy Steyer, who is a real leftist and who's a multi-billionaire. And I think that they are simply beholden to these people, and they're trapped by them. And it's going to hurt. You're right. It's going to make them irrelevant because their agenda is unpopular, it's unnatural, it's undemocratic, and it's un-American. And they're going to continue to sink. But they do have these judges, and they are going absolutely crazy. I mean, they have a guy now or this woman, I think it's a Chutkan, one of the lawfare judges, has said that you can now publish and expose people who are working from Elon Musk's Doge. I mean, that's like in other words, their lives are now under threat now that their names can be published in the media. You now have somebody who has threatened the life and threatened to kill Amy Coney Barrett's sister and her family. Now, she's a wobbly judge anyways.
Yeah. I mean, which is pretty ironic because if she's a conservative, then I'm the Easter Bunny. Right?
Well, the point is that they're making sure, they're doing a little insurance because she's somebody who would respond to that. And they're threatening the lives of people who are involved here. And that can have a big impact. Nobody wants to be in that position. Ultimately, you need to take care of number one. And I think that it's going to get that kind of ugly as things progress and as they continue to double and triple down. They are not, going quietly. And I mentioned coup because I think that's something that could happen. I think that even this judicial activism is a form of a coup. It's an insurrection by judges. And I don't know quite what can be done about them. I mean,
what's going to happen is, unfortunately, it's going to have to play out. But understand that Trump is taking down 60, 70, 80 years of a feckless bureaucracy. And as I put in my last article, the whole problem with all this is it was a scam from the beginning. They never had any intention of curing poverty. They have no intention of doing anything right. It's just a front to launder money. That's been proven so many times.
And the classic example is USAID, which is only one of the legs in the octopus. And I mean, it's quite clear the way they did business, and probably had done business all the way back to probably the days of Lyndon Johnson. I think Kennedy was sincere when he established it with a very limited mandate, which was to deal with humanitarian crises around the world. Are very appropriate, and they do that, but it's only a small percentage of what they do. And by the way, that percentage has been taken over by the State Department, and it's continuing. So they're lying about that. But the problem is that it expanded to the point where it became a money laundering scheme where federal monies to the tune of billions, if not even trillions, were basically run through it as a way to pay off foreign oligarchs and communists and revolutions and color revolutions. People like, as I said, George Soros, who apparently got pretty big checks from them. And all by giving money to these shady and these non-governmental organizations.
Right.
And I think that that's only the tip of the iceberg. So there's huge amounts of money flowing around, and they're not going to give it up quickly. I mean, they're going to fight for that, and who knows?
They're going to fight, but this is a big disruptive action, and shame on us and all the idiot politicians on both sides who never did sort of the obvious thing of, gee, we spent $26 trillion on the war on poverty, and we still had poverty. Okay,
right.
We spent $1 billion on the Department of Education, and we have the worst scores in the developed world. All right. So, but the funny part of it is watching the protests. All right. You close the Department of Education, which he's doing.
God.
What argument can you make for the Department of Education?
Keep on the bureaucracy. I know, really. I think that, as you mentioned, more and more Americans are waking up, which scares them even more. They're waking up the beast. And I think that might make them go crazier and get even uglier in terms of what they're capable of doing. The Department of Education being a classic example. I mean, really, can you point to a single thing that they've ever done that has improved the education of a single child in this country? Do we have anything? I mean, they were put in place in 1978. Has anything gotten better since how many hundreds of billions of dollars? Has any scores gotten better? Has our math and science functionality gotten better amongst younger people? No, nothing has gotten better. And so, I don't know. They can't defend that. And here they are attacking Musk by burning electric cars and threatening his life. It's just so ugly. I can't believe.
No, it is ugly, but the left has always been ugly, and it's always about destruction. Right? You want to know what happens when Department of Education disappears? LA School District has a facility called the Bimini Center, whose sole purpose is complying with federal regulations. So there's all kinds of people employed doing whatever they have to do to comply with these regulations. So it takes on truly a life of its own.
And now they're all going to be knocked out on the street because who needs them now? Because the regulations are being undone. I mean, a great example. I mean, it's incredible what's going on. I mean, Lee Zeldin, the head of the EPA.
Oh, the EPA is an expert, yeah.
I mean, he just announced that they're going to save the regular taxpayer and businesses upwards of $1 trillion by cutting just this list of regulations that was so onerous and so unproductive in terms of actually doing anything for the environment. And he's going in there with a chainsaw. He's cutting it all out. And I think that so far, most of the agencies, the one little disappointment to me so far, and again, we'll see, is Pam Bondi, in that President Trump signed an executive order calling for the release of all of the information about Jeffrey Epstein, about the JFK assassination, the RFK assassination, and the Martin Luther King assassination. And so far, she hasn't done diddly squat. I mean, she's like, we're studying it. Really? What do you mean studying it? It's been sitting there for 50 years. What more to study?
Well, here's the problem, okay? If you're Pam Bondi and you have, as you and I know, will come out of the JFK, this was an inside job. All
Right.
right.
Yeah.
So how is it going to play with the proverbial housewife in Iowa that it was the government that killed their own president? All right.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, the point is the fact that they don't want to release it makes it more obvious that that's in there.
It does, and it's going to be a huge change when they do release that, if they ever do, assuming that it's still there. I mean, I can't understand why in cases like that the information wasn't just destroyed. I mean, the when I studied years ago, I did a pretty deep dive on the career of Senator Joseph McCarthy,
Right.
and I found out from a book I read about that most of the information about him has been destroyed. Like,
Yeah.
for example, when he first announced it, he had a list of 52 members of the US State Department who were communists and who were actively helping Stalin. And he made that list available. You can't get that list anymore because it was destroyed. Somebody literally, there was a pamphlet published and put in most libraries in the United States. You can't get it because somebody or some group went into every single library and took it out and destroyed it. It's gone.
Yeah.
We'll never get that list. I don't understand why they don't do it now. I mean, if there's something that's that bombastic in that file, why? I mean, I would assume that we're never going to get it. It's probably been destroyed.
No, you're never going to get it because they feel you can't handle the truth.
Right. Either that or they want to hide it. They're covering up their own ass. There's like a lot of information there that applies today. It could literally change the way we govern this country if we find out what really happened, because there are people who have sort of are the proteges of that. It's very current, even though it happened a half a century ago. It has everything to do with completely altering the way we understand our history and the way we understand, which affects how we see things now. History, understanding history helps you understand the present and the future. I mean, that's why history is important. It's not
Well,
just
I mean, some of these things,
yeah,
you just have to put together on your own. The whole conduct of World War II,
right.
how the Russians are our allies until they're not. I mean, there were all sorts of suspicious things going on that.
There always is. I mean, there's still information that's classified from the War of 1812.
Yeah.
I mean, we could go back. I mean, it's all of it. There's no reason to have any of that classified. Obviously, the people involved in it are long dead, and we ought to have a complete and total rendering of the past in every.
I mean, the people are long dead, but the fact that it would betray or expose is a better word, that this was all BS. I mean, you and I know that,
right?
But you'd be surprised if you go into a crowd of otherwise intelligent people and you start saying things that you and I, think are pretty obvious, but it doesn't comport well with the high school version of American history. It is kind of depressing.
It's people have been conditioned. They're not ready for it. I know what you mean. I discuss only a tiny fraction of what I know, even in my own family. I mean, it's and it is depressing. It's that people don't, there's people have their biases and they want to stick with them, and they want to live under the Lester Holt rules of the world. Everything is kind of controlled. I mean, and Lester Holt himself, I mean, he acknowledged at some kind of an award ceremony that he said, well, objective news is passé. I don't know exactly what he said, but it's like it's no longer the way to go anymore. We need to be advocates. We need to, tell Americans what they should think. And he admitted this in a speech, and yet people seem to like, oh yeah, I guess so. I mean, a classic example. I think I mentioned this last time. Walter Cronkite, right? Kennedy was assassinated. He announced, after probably being told what to say by the CIA or whoever, that it was the lone gunman, and that was that, the lone nut, and anybody who questioned that would be denounced as a conspiracy theorist, as if there's something wrong with considering conspiracy.
Well, conspiracies make the world go round, right? I mean,
Of course, I mean, the conspiracies happen all the time. The question is which ones are good and which ones aren't. I mean, the job of our media of the Fifth Estate is to look into these things and not attack people or groups who claim them. You investigate. You
well,
find
there were
out.
people, if you remember, Dorothy Kilgallen, who was a
Yeah,
writer in New York, was on the show What's My Line? She didn't believe the official line of the Kennedy assassination, and she was whacked.
exactly. That's right. And she knew things because she was investigating.
Yeah,
That's happened to many good journalists. I mean,
yeah,
we could even recently the Pizzagate, not to get into a subject, but
yeah,
Liz Crokin and Ben Swan, both of them established journalists. CBS, I think one of them works for, journalism school. They got degrees. They fell upon that story and they reported it, and they've both been removed from public life. They've
yeah.
both been denounced as kooks. Don't listen to them. So it can happen. People once in a while. I mean, first of all, I mean, there's an incentive for people in the media to not say anything because you'll lose your job, you'll lose your career, and they make examples every so often of someone to let them know what's happening. It's like, as I said, it works like the auto da fe in medieval Portugal. Where they wanted to remove anybody that was not Catholic at the time. That included Jews and Muslims. And so they would make a public display of someone who had defied the powers that be, and they would be publicly humiliated, and they do different things to them, and it was pretty ugly. And it kind of sent a message to the whole population: don't mess around with us. Don't defy the establishment, whatever it may be, or else this will be
Yeah.
you. This will happen to anybody. So that's what they do. They do an auto da fe of someone in public, where they're denounced, and they're held up for an incredible ridicule. And most of it is lies. Even if it isn't lies, it's still greatly exaggerated. It's a performance. And the message that people get is to keep their head low and to keep their brains empty. And that's why, you have these women in the suburbs who can't hear anything other than, and it's like they need smelling salts. Whatever happened to feminism in the real sense? They're fainting, right? Oh my God. Who is this? I mean, it's a sad spectacle. And Trump is coming in as a disruptor, waking everybody up. And that's why I can't believe that I mean, I just pray for him every day and Trump is like, I mean, this is a unique person, a kind of person that comes along at once in 100 years. Steve Bannon is correct when he points out that Trump should be able to serve another term because it's different. It's unusual. You don't get this opportunity every day. I mean, I would even say this to normies. You look at the Bushes, you look at the Clintons, you look at the Obamas, they're all the same. They're all stooges of the establishment. They didn't do anything to rock the boat. They did nothing to distinguish themselves. They just kind of glided along. Whereas Trump is somebody who's come along and he actually is doing something. He's actually changing the way we function in this country. It's very unusual. There's no one quite like him. And I don't think there's anybody even in his own circle that's quite like him. And so, he should be able to stay in there for another term. They
Well,
should.
the only thing that's even close, I guess, if you combine Woodrow Wilson, Teddy Roosevelt, and FDR in terms of what they did to build up this gigantic bureaucracy.
Right.
But
Well, Trump is all of those people in reverse.
yeah,
They did make a difference. They did change the country, mostly for the worse,
yeah.
but they had huge impacts in their day. Whereas Trump is undoing 100 years of this rotten transfer of power to these unelected international bureaucracies. That's their agenda. It's been their agenda since self-avowed, self-described socialist Woodrow Wilson took over. I mean, that's it's an entirely new way of thinking, and so that's why I'm worried. Every day that goes by, more people are waking up, and they're seeing these lies that are coming out. The media is losing more credibility. They're not in any way reforming. I think there was like a moment there where I thought I had a glimmer of hope that maybe they might, you know, wake up, or there might be some change. I mean, this is crazy, but I thought that might be the case when Morning Joe and Morning Mika went to Mar-a-Lago after having spent, 8 years completely trashing Trump at the very head of the anti-Trump movement. And anybody who watched them, I mean, it was completely delusional. It was utterly utter garbage. And there they are at Mar-a-Lago. I thought, hey, maybe they're seeing the reality of the fact that they want to stay in business. Maybe the forces of the market are playing a role here. I don't expect them to change literally, but at least maybe they were open. But no, they've gone back to the same. I mean, you watch them, it's like a bad old reel of tape. I mean, Rachel Maddow. I mean, the same people that it's not changing. It's getting worse, if anything.
Well, and it's like the old, again, they know their brand, they know their market. Now, why in the world it's worth $25 million a year to pay Rachel Maddow, I don't know. But evidently, there's a core audience for this kind of crap.
Yeah, but it's dwindling, I think. Yeah. I mean, the New York Times is now laying people off.
Yeah.
CBS, I think that they say might even be sold. I mean, they are losing ground. Fox has not Fox. Well, Fox has no great shakes, but it's not that bad. But MSNBC, right? And they finally got rid of that shrew, Joy Reid. I mean, that race baiter. Yeah. It was just too much. I think The View is taking a hit. They are dwindling. I'm not sure it matters because there's some big money behind it that'll just keep them going. I know that George Soros, for example, about a year ago, apparently he fronted the purchase of something like 200 radio stations around the United States, including some very big and influential ones, like one in New Orleans, which apparently is a legacy station. Now, I don't know, if that means he's going to start to fire conservative talk show hosts or maybe put on some left-wingers. It's never worked for them. They've never had successful left-wing talk show hosts. I mean, they certainly tried, and they've certainly put people in there.
You remember Air America, right? That was
That's right. I think, was it Ed Schultz? He actually switched over to left-wing so he could get a job there. And you had like, what's his name? Tom Hartman. And I mean, they never made it. For a while, they had all their hopes on Mario Cuomo. It was like the great white hope. I mean, it was millions of dollars, and it was a big launch, and this is it. He lasted, I think, no more than 2 weeks. It just didn't happen because nobody wants to hear it. Even liberals don't want to hear it.
Well, there's no such thing as a populist left-wing movement.
Yeah.
How could there be? Because the left wing is based on this authoritarian, all-powerful government. How can that be populist?
Exactly. It's not. And then so all they can do is tear stuff down. I mean, it's a negative, unnatural outlook to, as Obama would say, reinvent. In other words, to destroy everything that has developed since the beginning of time, where you have a conservative process by which truths are identified and falsehood is winnowed out. Instead, they want to reinvent everything, and nobody wants to hear that.
Even they spend all the money you want, but you cannot create this audience. It isn't there.
Exactly, and ultimately, somebody has to write a check for something, and it's not unlimited. And maybe with Trump tightening the screws, with like getting rid of USAID and some other things, Maybe we'll be able to starve them out. It's like the Romans laying siege to a city. You stay outside, and eventually they starve to death. They start eating the rats. There's no more. There's nothing left, and finally they come out. Maybe that's what's happening. They're going to be. We'll starve them. We'll just continue to cut off their checks, and eventually they're going to come out, and they're going to look bad. That's my hope. I don't know.
Well, you can already see it happening. Look at what's going on with your friend Chuck Schumer.
Now, I understand that he was, they're going to shut down the government. Even the liberals are going against that. Even the Boston Globe today, which is about as big a mouthpiece for the left as you can get. They're like, well, he's stuck between a rock and a hard place. Either he gives in to Trump or he shuts down the government and everybody blames him. That's big for them to admit that. They would never. Usually. So I don't think he's going to pull it off. And there's all these little skirmishes, like one in Wisconsin where they're trying to steal an election for a judge seat. I guess that in Wisconsin they elect their judges, and that's a state that has a lot of election fraud. See, they're going to shut me down on TikTok for this, right? TikTok, there it goes. Let's see. No, I'm still there. Okay. Let's be careful here. But let's just say that in Wisconsin, already they're finding stuff going on. There's a whistleblower there now saying that they're rigging the absentee ballots, and they're doing the same bull crap that they've done. And it's a very significant election because the judge, apparently, the seat, gets to decide on districting congressional districts, and they're going to eliminate the Republican congressional district for the next election. Steve Bannon is talking about this. They're trying to do it in New York State by grabbing Elise Stefanik's seat and putting in somebody who I think is at best a rhino Republican. And basically they're trying to steal the House for the next election. And if they do, then the first thing, and Hakeem Jeffries becomes Speaker, the first thing they're going to do is they'll start impeaching Trump. Now, what happens if they impeach Trump? What I would suggest, just in looking at this in advance, is that the Republicans should just ignore it. The Republican, we shouldn't worry about it. Let them impeach him. Let them do an impeachment a week. The fact is that the Senate is going to throw it out, and to give them any attention is only going to fuel it. So they'll have their, I wouldn't even, if I was a Republican House, I wouldn't even go to the hearings. Just no comment. We're not getting involved. Let them have their stupid impeachment. They'll look completely asinine, and it'll just go nowhere. They'll do their impeachment. They'll have their headline. It'll be thrown out by the Senate. Then a week later, they'll do another one, and they'll just continue to do it throughout his term. And if we ignore it, it's like ignoring the Nazis in Skokie, Illinois. It's sort of like, fine. Every time they do it, it's going to become worse and more irrelevant. And I think Trump will just continue to get stronger. So that's my thought on that. If God forbid they steal the House and they start impeaching.
Yeah, well, but isn't it interesting that everything you mentioned in terms of their tactics had just been negative stuff? And the problem is they can't come up with a single positive thing. They never could. And even when it looked like it was positive, like in 1964, the war on poverty, it was a scam. They don't have anything. They've got nothing.
They're hoping that the economy gets bad. And the economy is going to have a slight recession. I mean, according to Treasury Secretary Bessent, he's talked about this on with Steve Bannon, that we're going to have, there's going to be an adjustment, and it's going to take maybe a year for things to start to turn around. It's because that we've inherited this horrible inflation from Biden, who is printing money so fast. I mean, we now know billions of dollars going out the door, mostly to overseas, so who knows who. And it's going to take a while to turn that around. But the thing is that they're going to play that and say, oh, you see, it's Trump's fault because of the tariffs, which, by the way, is good public policy. Tariffs go back to Washington. That's what governments do. I mean, it's sensible to raise funds that way and to even out tariffs that are imposed on us by even Canada, apparently, with huge tariffs on American goods. This is a way to bring back and to protect American labor and American industry. It's that simple, but you're not going to feel it right away. There's going to be a period of adjustment, and that gives these demons a chance to go in. They don't give a damn about the economy or about anything positive. They're going to go in and characterize it and demonize it just because it's Trump. They know that it's going to result in better economy down the road. But you can't do these things. Don't just turn on a dime. I mean, it takes a while. It's a complete shift in the way American economics has worked since Wilson. I mean, it's not just political, but economically, it's a shift away from the Keynesian model, which is borrowing and printing money, and a move more toward raising funds from fees to do business in this country, which protects American industry. And it's going to take a while to do that shift. It's not going to be easy, and it's not going to be pleasant. I expect huge propaganda campaigns against Trump. I don't know if it's going to work, but they still have the high ground in terms of the media, and they can still try to do this.
Say that, but how many people get newspapers anymore? How many people watch TV news anymore?
Yeah, apparently they're not reading the New York Times anymore. Yeah, I know what you mean. I mean, I think that, who knows?
The influence is waning.
I think so. And, obviously, Trump is changing everything in terms of how we have functioned in this country. Yeah. The use of the tariff system is something that Lincoln was a big tariff president. FDR was a big tariff president. I mean, it's not new. These things have been used as a way to protect the American economy. It protects industry. It protects, everything in this country from the dumping from overseas, which we're being taken advantage of. Trump is absolutely right about this. And it's going to improve American capital, but not right away. I just think people need to understand that.
Well, the other thing that's happening in Europe is they're worried about old age pensions in Germany, because now they're going to have to give more than 20 cents to NATO. I mean,
because of Trump now threatening to pull American troops out of Germany and Italy, which he should do, probably should have done it after the collapse of the Soviet Union. They're now going to have to come up with paying for their own defense, and they're doing it. It's the first time. I mean, in the past, Obama, various American presidents would make a little noise about this. But they didn't really mean it. Trump means it. And they're going to have to now cough up their own dough. According to the paper today, Putin is now on board with a ceasefire in Ukraine, which ends that war, that horrible war that Biden and his crew started and promoted and profited from, to the tune of hundreds of billions of American taxpayer dollars disappearing with that corrupt regime. I mean, look, I want to make sure
how corrupt that regime was. Some of the weapons ended up with the Mexican cartels.
Oh, I mean, and they all got fattened their pockets. I mean, Zelensky, what is he? He owns like $100 million mansion in Florida or something. I mean, it's completely corrupt. However, I support Ukrainian nationalism. I think that I don't want to see Russia win, but there's going to have to be a ceasefire, and Europe is going to have to step up in terms of securing and helping Ukraine, not the United States. I mean, that's what Trump's position is. And that's why Zelensky was kicked out of the White House, because he was saying, you have to give us security guarantees. In other words, he wanted American troops on the ground. That's not going to happen.
But it's another example of what tends to happen. Instead of him acting like a human being, he just became doubling down, tripling down, acting like an idiot to the point they got thrown out of the White
Well,
House.
apparently he had been tampered with a few hours before by a group of Democrats and Rhino Republicans whom he met, and who kind of ginned him up about, oh, you know, they tried to sabotage. In other words, they wanted to sabotage Trump's developing a ceasefire because it helps Trump. They don't give a damn about thousands of Ukrainians being killed and Russians being killed in a meat grinder, or the fact that parts of Ukraine probably look like Dresden right now.
Yeah.
You know, they don't care about that. They just wanted anything to stop Trump, anything to make Trump look bad. Trump said they'd get a ceasefire. Ha ha, look at this. Well, the fact is that they are getting a ceasefire, and it will lead to a settlement, and that NATO will not, be in Ukraine, and that they're going to have to readjust that border, and that's that, and they'll have peace.
Well,
He
look,
came up with
it's already started. Okay, so they'll come up with this accomplishment of Trump. All right, you got ceasefire in the war, but you know what? What about inflation? And if he solves that, well, you know what? He hasn't cured cancer yet. And if he does that,
he even said that in his speech. I mean, he points to that. And meanwhile, they're scowling. And Elizabeth Warren, who, by the way, has pocketed $50 million since she's been in the House, in Congress. I wonder what she did to get that money. She's there, with this kind of sourpuss, looking so miserable, and sitting on their hands. It was just a disgusting spectacle, one that's completely backfired on them. They look completely ridiculous and bad.
They didn't even stand up for that cancer kid.
Oh my God, I know, really. Or, I mean, I get the fact that they're not going to stand up for the mother or for a girl who had her brains knocked out by a guy in a volleyball tournament. I think that's horrible that they wouldn't stand out, but that contradicts their agenda for having men and women's sports. Right. But for that kid with the brain surgery, I mean, give me a break. It's just, it's so awful and so insulting, and I think that it really made them look horrible. And I think, wasn't it that one, who is that woman that she's a reporter? She looks like a chipmunk. I forget her name. You know who I mean. She made like insulting comments about him, about the kid.
Oh, right.
I forget her name. Oh, man, Nicole Wallace.
Yeah. She's horrible.
Oh,
she's horrible.
Not to be mean, but she has a face like a chipmunk. I'm sorry, but yeah, really bad, really nasty. These people it really is a case of Trump derangement. They cannot say anything positive. I mean, it's like they would, it's like these little robots. It's just, and I think that more and more people are seeing this, and it's not wearing well on them. I think it's waking more people up. It's like, how long can you sustain that? And anyways,
well, you know what? I think though that we're still better off than what happened in Canada. Do your viewers know that this guy that was elected to replace Trudeau, didn't live in Canada for 10 years? He's a European,
and he's not, and he wasn't really elected. I mean, how did it happen that all of a sudden he's catapulted into office and he's a complete?
He got 85% of the vote.
Was there a vote at all? I mean, I understand.
The reason I hate the parliamentary system is it creates absurd situations like this. Okay, you don't have what we would call a democratically elected president. You simply have someone who's the head of the party that happens to have the most seats in parliament. All right. Mm-hmm. Right. And if there's a no confidence vote, I mean, Trudeau, his father was no great chase.
Right.
The son, who was really Castro's son. Oh, whoops, we lost TikTok.
Oh, it's a spitting image of Castro. I mean, that's clear.
So now they put in a guy that didn't even live in Canada.
Right.
He identifies as a European.
I think he's a banker. I mean, wasn't he like central bank? I mean, he's kind of BlackRock, or he's like, the who's that German? What was Charles Schwab with the or Klaus Schwab? You can eat the bugs. That kind of stuff. But he's already done damage. He's already canceled billions of dollars in American debt instruments. he's retaliating against the United States. So I don't know if it's going to make any difference.
No, it's
But
going to be worse for them because
no, they're
Canada
not.
cannot win a trade war with
No,
the U.S.
they're not in a position to do it because their economy is tiny. Apparently, the poorest state in the United States, which I think is Mississippi, has a higher standard of living than any Canadian province.
Yeah.
And I think when Trump first said, that Canada should be the 51st state, there were a pretty large number of Canadians who were like thinking about it. They're like, right? They're like, oh, okay, maybe. I mean, Trudeau, everything he touched turned to crap, and the country has gone way down. So we'll see. Maybe Canada could be annexed. I know Pat Buchanan talked about this back in the 80s. It's not new. Canada, I mean, from the time of the American Revolution right up to Teddy Roosevelt, Canada was an enemy of the United States. They were not our friends.
Right.
And the War of 1812, the United States invaded Canada and lost in the Battle of Stony Brook, I think it was. Mad Matt Denton, one of the general, Mad Matt Wayne. He just didn't do a good campaign, and he ended up losing. But it's sort of like they weren't seen as friendly until Teddy Roosevelt, who was an Anglophile, all of a sudden a globalist in that way. Not a bad guy, but not those big problems with him. That he embraced, a friendship with Canada. So who knows? Maybe they could be annexed.
What about Greenland?
I think Greenland is definitely something that, I don't know if it should become an American state. I don't think it has enough people in it to be an American state. There are certain qualifications. I mean, if you study how each of the territories became states, starting with Ohio, they had to reach a certain level of population. I mean, they were different. And I think that's a constitutional phenomena that they had to achieve certain, issues in order to get statehood.
Oh, right. In the case of Greenland, though,
they don't have that.
With the new party winning unexpectedly. And
is that a pro-American party?
Yeah, well, yes. Well, let's put it this way. It's a pro-independence party.
Right.
They don't like the Danes. They may not want to be completely under the influence of the Americans, but if you have 57,000 people in the whole country and deals are cut for mineral rights and military rights, you can make 57,000 people pretty damn rich.
That's right. It's like Alaska, that people everybody in that country could get a nice fat paycheck. I mean, just for being there. So yes, that could sway things. And Denmark hasn't done anything for them. It's just old colonial arrangement. And they don't want that any longer. So yeah, I mean, I think that Greenland will be there. And also speaking of that, didn't Trump come out, correct me if I'm wrong, but he said that he wants to cut Puerto Rico free, that Puerto Rico should be independent because it's going to save the American taxpayers something like $100 billion a year that we're pouring into that country, probably ending up in the pockets. It's like Ukraine. It's worse. So he's like, hey, cut them free.
Super corrupt.
Totally. Although I actually had a conversation with a Puerto Rican national recently, and she said to me that the majority of Puerto Ricans want to keep it as it is with the the Commonwealth status, and you have the statehood people who she supports. She wants Puerto Rico to be a state, this person, but they don't have quite enough polarity, and the Commonwealth is very corrupt. And then the independence movement is basically communists. That's like Castro. Maduro. I mean, they're not popular in Puerto Rico. So, I mean, who knows? But Trump is very innovative in that way. He's already taken back the Panama Canal. The Chinese contracts have been rescinded in that China, starting in at the time of Clinton, I remember this was an issue, they had bases on both ends of the canal. That's gone. And the canal is no longer charging American shipping. So, they've capitulated to Trump. They don't want to have the country, they don't want the canal zone to be taken back, but they had to fulfill the arrangement in the treaty, and they've done it. So that's a big success. You know,
That hasn't been well publicized either.
no. I mean, Mexico is playing ball with Trump. You know, there is movement on the border, military movement right now that indicates that there may be incursions with the help of Mexico to take out the cartels. And it could be like, a military operation, very much like, well, I mean, under Wilson, there was an invasion of Mexico, the Veracruz campaign. There could be something like that. And I think Trump will do it. And I think that it's going to be a tough job, but they can take those people out. And Mexico will cooperate. So these are all positive developments. Even Venezuela, under Maduro, has agreed to take back, illegal aliens. So, this is the United States as we have the swagger again in the world. I mean, it's there are just extraordinary developments that have not been well publicized. Israel, look, I mean, Trump got the ceasefire in Gaza. Even the Biden people admitted that. You know, in a few weeks before Trump took the oath of office, they had a ceasefire because there was a combined Trump-Biden team of negotiators. But even the Biden people, including Anthony Blinken, admitted that it was Trump who got that ceasefire. Otherwise, they had nothing. I mean, the Biden people didn't do, diddly squat on that. And, it's kind of like, because Trump said, hey, if there's not peace over there when I take over, all hell is going to break loose. And the Hamas believed it. So they capitulated and they have the ceasefire. In a way, it's sort of like what Eisenhower, look, I'm not a huge fan, but I think he was in many ways quite good. When he was elected, between the time he was elected and took office, he went to Korea and he met at Panmunjom with both sides. And he told the North Koreans that there was going to have to be a ceasefire, or else when he takes the oath, he's going to use a nuclear bomb. And they believed him, and they got a ceasefire, and it's held up ever since. So, the use of power can be very effective. Now, whether he was bluffing or not doesn't matter. The fact is they believed it, and he probably wasn't bluffing.
No, I think that at that point, he was so sick of war. And he had this epiphany that he'd spend, whatever time remaining and try to wage peace. I mean, he was at the forefront of all that stuff.
He was, and he hated the Germans, apparently. Yeah. According to his son, he hated the Germans because of what he saw there. And even to the point where, the Japanese were allowed to surrender in a dignified ceremony on board the USS Missouri, and they came in their dress uniforms. It was very much like Appomattox Courthouse, where there was like a signing of a surrender document, and there was speeches, and it was very kind of done in a classic style. But for the Germans, I mean, Eisenhower was like, "F you, we're not doing that." He sent a sergeant over to get the signature. I'm not going to even see them. I'm not going to acknowledge them. He just hated Nazi Germany. He wouldn't give them any.
Who ended up signing these surrender documents for the
Nazis?
Yeah,
I think it was, well, at that point, Hitler was already either dead or he had been smuggled to Argentina, according to Dr. Jerome Corsi, who wrote a book about this, and who I think is a very credible source. And I interviewed him. It's interesting. But putting that aside, the head of Nazi Germany in the last weeks was I think it was Keitel, or was like a Admiral Keitel, who functioned from Kiel, which is near the Danish border.
Right.
And I think that he signed the document, and then he served a prison sentence, I think, of a couple of years. He wasn't involved in the war stuff, but I think that's how it happened. I'm not sure. Great question. I don't know, but I know that Eisenhower wouldn't give them the time of day.
Well, I mean, it's funny. I always wondered about it because as a kid, you'd see the picture of the USS Missouri and the very formal.
Yeah.
And you're thinking, wait a minute, what about? Okay, they had.
What happened with Germany? I know. There they are with their brass uniforms, and they was all with the hats, and it was all done like very official, and it was done with respect. Germany got nothing like that because there was maybe just because Eisenhower, he didn't want to give them any traction at all. But here we have Trump basically reestablishing America's presence in the world, reestablishing peace on major fronts of war, and nobody says peep about it. They're all like ignoring it, like it didn't happen. It's just interesting. I mean, Trump cares about his ego because he wants the Nobel Peace Prize. Well, guess what? He should have gotten it years ago. I mean, I don't think. I mean, fine. I mean, it's bizarre. Meanwhile, they give the Nobel Prize to Obama 2 weeks after he became president.
Yeah.
It's like, well, even Obama shook his head on that. He's like, "What did I do?" It was just so so discrediting.
Well, he accepted it though.
Oh yeah, of course.
And the money went along with it too.
Oh yeah, I'm sure that went right into. Obama got very rich from the presidency, I think, as did Clinton. But here we are. The beat goes on. Trump is just crushing it on every front. It's incredible. Every day is like Christmas morning. You're gonna see what's under the tree today. It's like, and I just, but I feel a sense of foreboding. I just do, because this.
Well, no, I mean, that's you.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I hope it's just me, because I just don't trust. Maybe Steve Turley is right. I've been traumatized by that stolen election. Well, excuse me, TikTok, block your ears. STOLEN election. Okay, they haven't shut me off in TikTok yet. That's still forbidden, that topic, but who cares? Everybody knows it, and it shows how this big fat media control has failed. It just didn't fly. It didn't stop Trump. He won anyways, and they better get used to it.
And they haven't learned a damn thing.
Right.
In the analysis on one of the networks, I think it was MSNBC, how did Kamala Harris lose? And it was Joy Reid, I think, who said, well, I don't know. She did everything right. She had all the celebrities for her.
And then she spent how many like $100 million on basically giving checks to Oprah and Al Sharpton and Beyonce and everyone else to endorse her, and just shows how corrupt they are. It's just disgusting. Anyway, what's coming up on the Substack? Anything interesting?
Well, I'm going to get I'm thinking of a couple different topics. I mean, one of the analogies I've been thinking of is, remember when Pan Am finally went out of business?
Yeah.
There was a Lockerbie terrorist attack that did it, but they were in bad shape for a long time, and it was being exposed. They had 83 different vice presidents. They had this massive overhead. The Pan Am building kept them going, and just their extremely large cash flow sort of could hide the serious problems they had. Now, if you compare that to the U.S. government, with this enormous, as it were, cash flow, but still, it's going to fall apart unless you control the spending.
Right. Well,
there's a lot of clients of that spending, and those are the people that are screaming and yelling about it. But it either had to happen or the country would just fall apart.
It's a great metaphor, and we have at least a chance of saving the country. It may be too late. I don't think so. We've got some excellent people involved there besides Trump. Howard Lutnick is no slouch. Russ Voigt at the Department of Budget. These are people who've been in the vineyards. They know what's going on. They understand. Besant, they've been talking about this for years, and they have a good handle on it. And we have a hope and a chance to save the country. It's really what it comes down to. Yeah. And we can just hope it's not too late. I don't think it is. I feel optimistic about that. even with my worries about President Trump's problems dealing with this conspiracy. Even with that, I still think that I'm hopeful. And I think
Well, I mean, the main advantage is there's not a lot of popular support for this conspiracy. There may be a lot of money behind it, but even George Soros and Pritzker's brother slash sister are get. Nobody's going to be stupid enough to just keep pissing away money forever,
exactly.
and they'll lose heart, and that'll be that. It'll just fold up like a cheap suit.
I hope from your lips to God's ear. Anyways, Mike, thanks as always. Talk to you next week.
Uh, you know, onward and upward, and don't be so worried.
I know exactly. There's just a feeling of excitement that goes with a feeling of foreboding. So yeah,
because you can hardly believe how well we're doing.
I can't believe what's happening. It's incredible. It really is. It's just every dream is coming true that people. I mean, and I'm not the only one. I think we all feel that way.
Yeah.
Even people don't like Trump. At some level, they know that things are going pretty well, and they're relieved that we're not the alternative, which would have been World War III.
Well, yeah, I mean, when we go back to that Ethel Rosenberg Model UN thing,
yeah,
there are people that are very upset that their world view just ended up being proven to be crap. And, well, what other way are you going to put it? So,
and I think that you're going to have a change that's going to last long after we've shuffled off the mortal coil. It's going to be a generational change as a result of this, God willing, and I think it will happen.
All right.
All right, Mike.
We'll see you next time.
See you next time. Thanks. Okay, welcome aboard. Charles Moscowitz here. Welcome to the program. Ari Perlinger is my guest today. He's an author of various books, including American Zealots, Inside Right-Wing Domestic Terrorism. He is a professor at UMass Lowell. He's a criminologist. Ari, thanks for joining me this afternoon.
Thank you for having me.
Well, this is a serious subject, of course. We're talking about a potential increase in domestic terrorism in the United States and what to watch for, who's involved, what are their motivations, what is their ideology. So let's go right to your thesis and talk a bit about what makes up a terrorist and where are we as a society today in terms of the level of potential terrorism.
Yeah, so I think when we are talking about domestic terrorism, usually we are referring to acts of violence that are aimed to promote specific policies, specific political objectives that are aiming to push forward specific social norms, social practices, and so on. So in general, terrorism is a political action, is using violence to promote political objectives. In most cases, terrorism is trying to instill fear, anxiety, hysteria within a specific community in order to put pressure on the leaders of that community or the community itself to concede to the demands of those terrorists. So terrorism is basically a psychological warfare, or a kind of psychological warfare, where violence is being utilized in order to promote political objectives.
Mm-hmm.
And terrorism is not exclusive to any specific political stream. We've seen throughout American history, we've seen domestic terrorism coming from the right, from the left, from single issue groups. So there's no, I guess, political domain which didn't experimented with terrorism in the American context.
So it seems like you're talking about state-sponsored terrorism at some level, or institutionally sponsored, as a way to weaken, to attack, to degrade a society by creating such horrifying acts that it requires that people react by wanting to have someone come in like a white knight to save the day and restore order. It is a complete, undoing of social order. In the Bible, they talk about Amalek as being such a force because he attacked the rear guard of the Israelite caravan, where women and children and the weak and the elderly were. And it was such an abominable act and such a cowardly act that they were condemned forever. And that it seems to me that that's what the terrorist does, whether it be an individual or whether it be a coordinated, planned activity by a state, that they want to weaken a society. They want to create such mayhem in a society that society becomes destabilized and in a way set up for a change that they then try to affect.
Yes, I think I want to emphasize terrorism can be a tool that is being used by state actors, and we are familiar with many state actors who are using terrorism to promote their objectives, their policies. Iran, for example, is known for operating a network of proxies operating all over the world in order to promote Iranian interests,
Right.
whether it's Hezbollah or the Houthis in Yemen or Shia groups in Iraq. They are basically are employing these networks of proxies that are using terrorist tactics to promote Iranian objectives. But especially when we're talking about the American case, about domestic terrorism, for the most part, we're talking about groups that are not state sponsored, usually are not really associated with the states. If you're talking about terrorism from the right, we can talk about the traditional white supremacist groups such as the KKK and various neo-Nazi groups and skinheads and so on and so forth. We can talk we can talk about environmental terrorism. That means environmental activists who are using violence in order to promote awareness to their cause, but also in order to basically put pressure on the government to promote environmental policies. We can also talk about the left, especially in the 60s and the 70s, but also in other times we've seen various left-wing groups operating in the US in order to promote Marxist, Leninist, various left-wing ideas and using violence. Probably one of the most famous terrorist groups that ever operated in the US, the Weathermen, basically, were a classic left-wing group, mainly consisted of students who, again, believed that they should promote an actual revolution in the US in order to change the political system.
Right, and the way they did it was they bombed the U.S. Capitol building.
They bombed FBI offices. They bombed, military recruitment offices. Yeah, they were basically, they literally declared war on the U.S. government because they believe that the U.S. government is corrupt, is promote destructive policies, and also because they believe that there's a need to push to more left-wing socialist, I would even say a little bit Marxist policies.
A little bit, I'd say complete out of communism. Ari, but your work seems to emphasize what you call right-wing terrorism. And I think that that's obviously there. It's always been there. You still have the Ku Klux Klan, although back in the 19th century, they had a lot of influence. It was sort of the terrorist arm of the Democratic Party. And then under Wilson, they made a sort of a resurgence in the North. But I think they were largely undone by very good work by various FBI agents who infiltrated them and kind of undid them in the 1960s in the same way that they undid the Black Panthers in the 1970s with Operation COINTELPRO. And I think that, the right-wing terrorists, I mean, they're always going to be there. They are there, but that's not really the main thrust of potential terrorism, I don't think, in America today. I think it's on the left. And I would point to the reaction of the genocidal attack on Israel on October 6th, the so-called Al-Aqsa flood, was an emergence of these left-wing groups and their kind of not to be derogatory, but their lapdogs on college campuses, but also some of their leadership who attacked the state of Israel in response. And I recall Alan Dershowitz, I thought, kind of capsulized the situation when he said that these protests may seem like just innocent expressions of free speech today on campuses, but they are breeding grounds for future actions that may reverberate in an unpleasant way in terms of terrorism and the type of terrorism that Israel's had to deal with forever, and that is more common in countries that have been radicalized. Would you comment on that?
So yeah, sure. So first of all, I think it's important to emphasize that I'm a scientist, so I look at the data, and the data is what guides me. And I'll talk in a sec about October 7th and the implication of October 7th. But the data is still very clear. The highest level of violence is still coming from the right, not from the KKK. The KKK today is a marginal.
That's what I mean.
A marginal group with very limited followers, most of them people very elderly. The threat is coming from new variations of neo-Nazi organizations, of anti-government organizations who really promote new variations of far-right ideologies that are focusing on promoting societal collapse, that seeing the federal government as their major threat, but more importantly, they are actually engaged in efforts to produce violent attacks, and also they produce hundreds of violent attacks. So that's one thing. Secondly, October 7th, I think, or what happened after October 7th, I think reflect several trends which are very concerning. And I'm saying that as someone who actually published about the recent trends of anti-Semitism in the US.
Mm-hmm.
The first is what I want to emphasize is the fact that anti-Semitism today, especially acts of violence, are coming from the left, even more than what we see from the right, at least in the last 18 months. That's
Right.
what the data shows us.
Right.
And
Right.
we definitely see this is not a new thing. In 2021, when there was an escalation in Gaza, we've seen a dramatic rise in anti-Semitic incidents. So we've seen that almost every time when there's an escalation in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, there's increase in anti-Semitic incidents here in the US. Now, I think there are several things that are really concerning about what we've seen after October 7th. The first is that I reject the argument that what we see is a response to Israel's military intervention in Gaza, for the very simple fact that the protests, including the targeting of Jews, began on October 8th, way before Israel started to operate in Gaza.
It happened even before while they were still attacking. I mean,
the attack was still, and something, by the way, that was not just restricted to extremist movement. It was something that you've seen on university quads. You've seen that on social media when people who are consider themselves my colleagues were openly celebrating, legitimizing, tolerating what happened on October 7th. People, academics who were talk very highly about inclusiveness, about human rights, about all those things, were openly celebrating. I think that was a shock for me, as well as to many other people in academia who felt that this is something. But so that's just one point. The second thing I want to emphasize is that the fact that almost systematically, those groups do not target Israelis, they target Jewish institutions. They target Jewish schools, Hillel, Jewish Hillel organizations, Jewish restaurants, Jewish events, synagogues, and so on. If it's about Israel policies, how anyone can explain the fact that the major targets of those protest movements are actually Jewish targets, not Israeli targets.
That's right.
And the last thing I'm going to say is the fact that many of those groups did not just celebrate what happened on October 7th, but continue to basically convey the messages of violent organization, including Hamas, a designated terrorist organization. For all of those reasons, I think those are concerning trends. And I think that the efforts to legitimize those trends, to legitimize those kind of. I have no issues with someone who is criticizing Israel policies. That's
Right, of
perfectly
course, that's
fine.
not the issue.
The problem is that the targets of those movements were consistently Jewish targets, not Israeli targets.
Right, and I want to just drill down a little bit on that because I wasn't surprised. I've been observing this for a long time, and I think that a lot of my very liberal friends were surprised. But it's not really. I mean, I come at it from a different angle, but I want to just drill down on exactly what's going on there, how that happened. I think that the groups like the proxies of Iran and Hamas and all the rest, these are very well-heeled organizations that have learned how to play the right propaganda card for left-wingers around the world to bring them into their camp. And the card that they play is anti-American. America, it's unfair. It exploited people. The theory of exploitation, which is actually a cornerstone of Marxism, that somehow if you have something more than your neighbor, it's because you rip them off, and that therefore you feel entitled to take it from them. That there you have that element that, and also there's the Jewish element in the religious sense. Israel's a Jewish state. I mean, they believe in God. I mean, they don't believe in, a world of, an ant colony where everything is fair. It's more of a concept of sovereignty, of Americanism, of capitalism, the startup nation. All of these grievances were exploited, I think, by the mullahs and by the radical Islamists to make a kind of an intersectionality with the international left. And that I think that really became obvious and manifested after October 7th.
So I think what we see is basically intellectual, and sorry for using academic lingo, intellectual reductionism
Mm-hmm.
by a lot of people who are considered themselves as liberals, as people who are at the left or the center left. I think the major problem, I think, is the inability to understand complexities, the inability to understand nuance, and the fact that large parts of our political left basically adopted a very simplistic, rigid, binary perspective on political issues. So they cannot really comprehend that that American Jews can be actual minority group, that can be a minority group who is vulnerable, that needs to be protected, and so on and so forth. Because in their own rigid binary perspectives, right, where the world is divided strictly to oppressors and oppressed, there's no place for complexities, there's no place for nuance, there's no place for understanding that even what we call modern minorities, like American Jews, can be under some conditions, they can also be a very vulnerable minority. Now, what happened is that, so that's one element. The second element, of course, is the fact that while there's extreme sensitivity to the action of the Israeli government, Israeli policies, and so on and so forth, there are complete unwillingness to address, to acknowledge, to comprehend with the actions of those who are considered oppressed. Even the oppressed can engage in war crimes, in inhumane policies and behaviors, but the idea is that if you're oppressed, you basically get a carte blanche to do everything. Everything is justified, everything is accepted, everything is tolerated. And the fact is that the left is not able to understand that even people who are oppressed can be engaged in illegitimate actions. And so this is how we get to the point where their complete unwillingness to acknowledge, to accept the atrocities that were conducted on October 7th, and on the other end, there's this kind of insistence to delegitimize any kind of Israel's policies.
Well, I
And
think it's
also,
more than
one thing, just Charles, just the one thing I want to say is also the idea that those so-called oppressed have no agency. They are not responsible for their situation. Their situation is completely beyond their control, which is not the case. Which is not the case. And I would just urge you to, if you're actually looking at what's going on in Gaza, it's very clear that there is substantial support for Hamas actions. And I think that on some level, the Palestinians also need to take ownership and responsibility on their own situation.
I think that that's going to be very difficult for them because of their leadership, and also that they've embraced and imbibed some of this same propaganda that the left on campus has embraced. And it has nothing to do with someone's minority status. I don't think they care about that. I think it's more the fact that the Jewish people generally are viewed as more successful, more educated. They have more family values. They believe in a God rather than believing in the state. That they're individualistic. They're kind of more out there. It's always created resentment, and I think that as such, the Jews have stood as obstacles to their idea of perfect equality. Everyone has to be absolute equal. We have to have a one world and colony. And that somehow they resent the fact that the Jew is, obviously, we're not talking about individuals here. We're talking in general. That it's seen as somewhat a little bit outside of this sort of, conformist world. I mean, it's a bit different, and somebody who's a little bit more self-actualized and more self-identified. And so you have these kinds of resentments that then are exploited by powerful people and state players, who then are able to marshal people who are otherwise unwitting and otherwise kind of, they want to be trendy. I mean, I know people like this, including Jewish friends and even people in my own family, putting on a keffiyeh. They think it's like trendy. They think that it's going to be, and getting them invited to the good parties. They'll have better dates. I don't know. This. I think you get that. And that there's a kind of a mass. There's a word in sociology for this, like a kind of an effervescent phenomena where people just sort of go into something without really understanding it. When they're out chanting "River to the Sea," they don't know what that even means. They don't even know what river they're talking about. They don't know they're calling for the annihilation of the Jewish state. And if they did, they probably wouldn't support it. But they are into it because it's fashionable, because they want to be one of the beautiful people. They want to be part of this.
I'm less forgiving. I think that what especially
I don't forgive
I met with a lot of students who define themselves as anti-Zionist Jews. Now, I believe that everybody have the right to espouse his own views and beliefs and political views. That's perfectly fine. Right. I just find it curious that they believe that the only polity or the only people who should not have the right for self-determination are the Jewish people. I find that curious, especially from their own. Also, I would just mention the fact that the state of Israel is already exists. And for all practicalities, it doesn't go anywhere. So to hold a position that you believe that there's one state out of the 200 and something states in the world, there's one state that needs to be dismantled, it's just the Jewish state, I find that especially curious and a unique form of anti-Semitism, to be honest. Excluding the Jewish state and believing that there's one group of people who are uniquely do not deserve self-determination, I do think it's a form of anti-Semitism. I think that if you have a general view that nation states should be dismantled, that's something else. But if you believe that there's just one state that should be dismantled, and coincidentally, that state is exactly the Jewish state, I think that's something else. And I think that the fact that this is something that is being legitimized, I think it's interesting. I would also say the fact that despite the fact that many different countries are perpetrating atrocities. I would even say probably more atrocities than the state of Israel. The unique focus and the unique willingness to delegitimizing, to demonizing, to undermine the right of the state of Israel to exist and defend itself. Again, I find it very curious. I haven't seen anyone going to the street to demonstrate about 1.5 million Egwars that are being held in concentration camp in China, or about the several millions of Syrians that were killed in the Syrian civil war, or any other of those atrocities. The unique willingness to demonizing the Jewish state, I find it very curious, and something which sometimes it's difficult to explain unless you are willing to admit that this is a form of Jewish hate.
Well, they don't really care about atrocity. It has more to do with using the atrocity propaganda against one group and not another. I mean, they never complained about the Soviet Union or, as you say, communist China. That's not a problem. It has more to do with a situational rather than a fundamental opposition to atrocity, whereas you and I and most conventional people, we reject atrocity across the board because it's evil and because it's wrong. So that, I think, is the mentality. And as far as their opposition to that one state, I actually think that they are opposed to all sovereign states. They don't like American sovereignty either. That's why they support things like open borders. You know, they want to have this kind of turn all nations into this new kind of provinces of the world. I don't know whatever it is. They all have different weird utopian understandings of it. But getting back to your thesis here, American zealots inside right-wing domestic terrorism. Again, none of these people that we're talking about here are right-wing. They're actually left-wing. But your focus is on right-wingers. And I think that, yes, of course, they're out there, but it needs a little updating, because I don't want to see, this used as a bludgeon against, for example, President Trump, right? Because, there's like a guilt by association. Oh, they're right wing, they're going to be involved with violence when they're not. So I'm concerned about that particular aspect of your focus.
Yeah, so my book, by the way, was published in 2020. So so there is some kind of delay. I would also say most of the research was conducted between 2012, 2013, and 2018. So there is, as every book, it takes some time to digest until. So the situation, of course, change over time. What I would say is very simple. There are, in every political camp, in every ideological camp, there a spectrum of political groups, political organizations. My research for the last 20-something years focusing on violent political organizations, groups that are using violence to promote their objectives. So when I'm talking about the far right in my book, I'm talking about violent neo-Nazis, violent skinheads, violent Christian identity groups, violent anti-abortionists, and so on and so forth. The book is not focusing, for example, you won't find in the book even one word about the Tea Party, the movement, because that was not a violent movement. It was a political movement, regardless of what you think about its objective. So I'm not, okay. I do not think that conservatives or Republicans should see the book as some kind of efforts to undermine their views. What I'm focusing is understanding the history of those groups and understanding the current trends and processes that leads those groups to use violence. And that's my focus. The same way, by the way, that, in 2009, when I published my book about Jewish terrorism in Israel, I focused on a very specific set of groups. And naturally, I'm myself a Jewish person, so I'm not arguing that Judaism, for some reason, is an extremist religion. I'm arguing that in every religious tradition, in every political camp, for the most part, you find some groups who are on the extremes, on the margins, on the fringe, who are willing to use violence, and I'm trying to understand what leads those groups to use violence.
No, I mean, and I agree with that. I mean, you find extreme on the fringe. My concern isn't that Republicans or Tea Party people are going to take it that way. My concern is that the sort of the liberal left leaning establishment may use it in that way. I mean, because you've got shelves of books and theories and professors talking about Donald Trump as Hitler and that the MAGA movement, they're all Nazis. I mean, even recently, Timothy Snyder over at Yale, an article, Trump was anti-Semitic because, it's almost like it reminds me of the QAnon craziness. They moved his finger this way, not that way. Therefore, he doesn't like Jews. I mean, it's
So
insane.
I
Meanwhile,
think
he's rubbing shoulders with professors at Yale who are calling for the destruction of Israel, which by nature would, I would argue, lead to a second Holocaust.
so. That's the problem is that many people, many academics do not do science anymore. What they do is political activism.
Yes.
Many academics basically transitioned to political
Media
activism, to
people.
political work, and they don't do science anymore. And I'm someone who was very open to my colleagues, to my university leadership, to in many different forums. I expressed my concerns about the politizations of academia, and especially the fact that many entire disciplines within the academic domain were basically transformed from science to hubs, enclaves of political activism. Now, how do I know that? Because they will never hire someone who do not conform to their very rigid ideological platform. So you have an entire departments in academia with people which have a very uniform set of views and beliefs. And I think that this is exactly the opposite of what academia should be. Academia is about challenging, it's about debating, it's about providing different perspectives. But first, but first, it's about actually basing your views on actual research and actual data. And that's what I do. I agree with you that way too many parts of academia are completely abandoned what they need to do into political activism. And this is why people do not trust academia anymore. This is why people do not trust the academic institutions anymore, because what they see as are basically just political hubs, and people like Timothy Snyder's and others, yes, they can say whatever they want, but but they really just the symptoms of a much deeper problem, which I've witnessed in the last 10, 15 years, where more and more people are basically exploiting their academic position just to engage in political work. If you want to be a politician, go and get elected.
But yeah, but the issue is broader than that, in that they have taken the high ground of the culture. They've taken the high ground of the mainstream media. I'll give you an example. Lester Holt was at an award ceremony where he said, objective journalism is a thing of the past. That's outdated. We have to advocate. And that's what they do in various levels. And they are very much in sync with these professors and heads of major institutions. And it's become very pervasive. That's what I'm suggesting here. And that pervasiveness not only has led to a lack of confidence in the media, and I think that the election of Trump is just a symptom of it, that the American people are rejecting it, but it also leads to potential violence. It basically incites potential terrorism, is my concern. And that's what the reasons I wanted to talk to you today, because I do think that this kind of general language that's used and this general attempt to monopolize the conversation is a recipe for such violence.
Yeah, I think I agree with you that I think the political polarization and the tendency to present the political process as some kind of a zero-sum game, I think push people to more radical views and potentially to radical actions. And I think that we've seen that throughout American history. And definitely I agree with you that demonizing your political rivals, your political adversaries, and
Right.
and presenting them as illegitimate, as unacceptable, and most importantly, as some kind of an existential threat, eventually intensify this kind of political polarization and eventually doesn't really promote any constructive policies. And I think that you see that, by the way, on both sides of the political spectrum. But I do think, so that I will argue, many of my colleagues tend to see that just from one side. They believe that the right is the one who, I actually think that both sides should be blamed for demonizing and to really transforming our political discourse into some kind of a zero-sum game where there's no center anymore. And by the way, this is why centrists are leaving Congress, right? You see that you look at the last 5-6 years, almost all the senators and congressmen who are retiring are people from the center who basically understand that there's no way to actually promote policies anymore because both parties are really running into the margins. And I think that I completely agree with you. And I think that language and discourse has a huge impact on the way people think. And definitely we've seen that in the last few years when we've seen mass violent protests, both on the left and the right? And I was one of those who argued that, yes, we cannot accept violent protests from either side. We should not, and definitely significant parts of academic circles and media circles felt comfortable to ignore violence when it's coming from the left, which again reflect biases that exist. I think that people like me who are really doing the research, our responsibility is to stick to the facts. I think I can't hear you for some reason.
Okay, can you hear me now, Ari? Okay,
Yeah,
just
yeah.
a little technical glitch. I just think that maybe people are too caught up in confirmation bias that goes beyond um, the point where you end up creating a false agenda, and that you have a hypothesis that you look to issues that are going to prove that hypothesis, and therefore you glean stuff that supports that agenda and ignore and winnow out stuff that doesn't, and that's what leads to extremism. And I think that we see that, yeah, you're right, it is on both sides. The problem is that today I think that the left dominates the field. If it was the right dominating the field, we would probably have the same criticism. But so Ari, talk about. My guest is Ari Perlinger. He is the author of American Zealots. He's a professor here at UMass Lowell. Inside Right-Wing Domestic Terrorism, which is available at Amazon and other venues. What are you working on now, Ari?
So I'm working on multiple projects, one of them focusing on extremism within police organizations and within the military. These are projects that are actually funded by the government through grants from DHS and DOD. They're trying to understand how they can protect soldiers, police officers from being drawn into those extremist movements. Another very big project, and that's actually my next book that I'm hoping will be out by spring 2026, focusing on violent extremist misogyny. I'm focusing on a, a
Violence against
mis-
women. Right.
yes,
Okay.
violence against, but I'm talking about ideological violence against women. So I'm talking about groups that are operating and promoting misogynist narratives, focusing uh, on various aspects of misogyny and various aspects of violence. And I'm also focusing on female dominant spaces to promote misogyny. So it's a very interesting project. We collected a lot of data,
Boy.
and this is something that I think will be very interesting. I think there's many people underestimate how popular and how significantly those spaces and groups are growing in the last few years, and
Mhm.
uh, and this is the book that I'm working on right now, and it will be out very soon.
Excellent. That's going to be a real hot potato. That's excellent. Ari, do you want to mention any websites that you'd like my listeners to go to find out more about you and your work?
I'm a boring academic guy, so they are welcome to go to Amazon author centers, and they can find my books there. And they can also approach me directly if they want to get more information or to get to know more about the interesting things we do.
Okay, excellent. Ari Perliger, I want to thank you for joining me today. Excellent talk. I really appreciate it. Let's stay in touch. Maybe keep me posted on your new book and we can do more of it. So thanks so much, sir.
Thank you for having me. Bye bye.
All right. Take care. All right. Welcome aboard, everyone. Charles Moscowitz here, live on all of the usual networks. Michael D. Shaw is my guest.
Hello.
Mike, how are you?
Just great.
And you've got your excellent article up, Ethel Rosenberg and the Model UN, which I want to talk about.
Well,
We're
thank
also,
you. Thank you.
yeah.
You were a big inspiration for that one.
Well, it's a good article. And I just want to mention, just as a footnote here, that I'm also live on TikTok right now. And we'll see how long that lasts. But in terms of them shutting it down, that could happen during this show. That seems the way it goes. However, I think there's good news on that front. There is really, this administration seems to be determined in recent comments from Attorney General Pam Bondi and FBI Director Kash Patel and Assistant FBI Director Dan Bongino. What a great
Yeah, how about that? How about that?
They're saying that they're going to have as they call it, transparency. And when they say it, they mean it because they've been there. They've been censored these past 4 years. And they're going to move forward in terms of ending this authoritarian, sorry to use this word, but fascistic agenda of censoring opinion. And again, we're not talking about censoring, violent, calls or anything like that. We're talking about the censoring of opinion that doesn't agree with any particular regime, something that's un-American.
Well, it's not that American. You're seeing it happening in Europe, in the UK,
and we see Vice President Vance taking it on with both fists, and that's an exciting thing to see, right there in front of them on calling them out. And we certainly have seen it here, and I think that this administration is dedicated to putting a stop to it, and that the Bondi has said that they're going to release all of the information around both the Epstein files and also the JFK assassination, the RFK and the MLK assassinations. Maybe they'll also get to the Biden laptop and the Wiener laptop, not to mention Hillary's emails. All of it, the FBI has been sitting on. And recently, I think it was actually yesterday, the Attorney General released a small segment of files from the Epstein case.
right?
And what we discovered was that it's still incomplete. A lot of it is redacted. And the theory is that the FBI still has moles. They still have people in there who are deep staters who are hiding the information. Maybe they might have already destroyed it, more likely. And that Attorney General Bondi has directly ordered FBI Director Kash Patel to find those people and fire them and get the information out. So it's moving in the right direction. This is a very difficult and courageous, may I say, endeavor to get rid of these people. These are dangerous people who are determined and who probably have destroyed. We'll never see all of it because most of it's probably been destroyed anyways.
And how many of these moles are there in all these agencies?
Riddled with it. I mean,
just came out and said that the Biden administration was fully aware that these sex chat rooms were going on with the intel agencies for the entire Biden administration. Didn't do anything about it.
Oh, that's the tip of the iceberg. I mean, this goes way back. I remember former Congressman Bob Barr. Remember him from, I think it's from Georgia. He wrote a book about this back in the 90s, and I believe I interviewed him on it, in which he said, look, the government has 3 million employees, and they are deeply embedded into every aspect of our life, and that these are people who are faceless, unaccountable. This is exactly what Steve Bannon is talking about when he talks about the administrative state. This is what Michael J. Glennon talks about with the double government. I mean, this is exactly what they're going after. And these people are very powerful and dangerous people. They play for keeps. So it's not going to be easy to do this. It's going to take, I mean, look at JFK, in my opinion, gave his life taking this thing on. And, it's a very tough nut to crack. I mean, it's power, it's wealth. Speaking of wealth, did you see that Barack Obama getting a $2.5 million a year royalty for the use of the word Obamacare paid by taxpayers?
Did that actually occur?
Yes. I don't know if you caught that story.
No, I had heard some rumors about it. You mean that's for real?
Yes, it is for real. Since 2010, Barack Obama apparently patented the word Obamacare and started collecting royalties.
Complaining that he didn't like the term originally.
Oh, yeah, they hated it. I remember when I was co-hosting the show with Dr. Patrick O'Heffernan, and I used the word Obamacare, and he had a meltdown. Oh, it's an Affordable Care Act. And it's not even called Obamacare. It's called the Affordable Care Act. Right. So why is the government paying him royalties to the tune of 2.5 or 2.2 maybe, I don't know, over $2 million a year? I mean, talk about scams. I mean, this is like, I think his daughter got a big check. We know that Hillary, I mean, God, who knows? Well, who knows how much they took in, but their daughter, $3 million to pay for her wedding out of the USAID, and $10 million to buy a mansion. Yeah, this is just, I mean, the amount of...
It's endless. Apparently, Pritzker, who's fairly wealthy on his own, by the way.
Oh, multi-billionaire. The owner of the Hyatt hotels.
Multiple NGOs paying him money through the U.S. government.
Well, the NGOs, I mean, these shadowy, unaccountable, private bureaucracies, the way that worked. And look, this is something that was discussed in the hearings on foundations in the 1950s. I mean, the Weiss Committee, is that the USAID, which is a government agency with public funds, would basically launder funds through these NGOs, and they would then in turn give it away to all of their allies and friends, including these leftist politicians, just because they can. And also they had, apparently the Taliban was getting huge sums of money under the Biden regime through the USAID. Oh, it's going to humanitarian causes. Yeah, right. I mean, really? I mean, and now they're using the lie, well, you're getting rid of, no, they're not getting rid of humanitarian causes. I mean, the budget of the USAID, maybe about 10% of it, maybe at most 15%, went to humanitarian causes. That's been continued. That's not touched. They're continuing that. It's under the direct auspices of the Secretary of State. It's the rest of it, the 85% that's gone. And now you see, what is it? There's a transgender clinic in India has had to close its doors. Why?
Oh, no.
Because the USAID money dried up. That's why. This is, it's starting to show around the world who was getting money from USAID and what their agenda was. Their agenda was transhumanism, specifically transgenderism. Their agenda was critical theory, specifically critical race theory, and their agenda was weakening world sovereignty in the interests of alleged peace. And they're taking it on over there. I mean, we have people in government right now who know full well what's going on and who are openly and brazenly taking it on. Did you see any of that meeting? I think it was earlier today with President Trump and Zelensky in the Oval Office.
Well, I heard some quotes from it, and it's about time. I mean, how many hundreds of billions of dollars have we spent on graft, getting people killed?
It's been. I mean, who actually put that money? We noticed that the minute that war started, the Clintons reestablished the global initiative. I wonder why. Money started pouring in. I mean, and Zelensky was using the same old language, whereas Trump and Vance was tremendous. They took out, they took off the gloves. I mean, it was like a real back and forth. And he's like, here you are, during the campaigning against us in American cities. I mean, and now you're insulting this administration while we've given you how many, billions of dollars. You're on the losing end of the argument. I mean, they made no bones about it. It was amazing. I mean, it was all seen publicly. It's, the kind of stuff that usually goes on behind closed doors. With Trump, they just turned on the camera and they went for it. It's fantastic.
I wonder what the reaction of the left is going to be. Because it's really causing fragmentation. There was quite an exchange between George Galloway and Piers Morgan, where Piers Morgan was appearing to defend this unlimited support of Ukraine. George Galloway, who's a big leftist, of course, in the UK, just was shattering everything Morgan said. And it's about time. Who was it? Cat Williams said, the truth will come out. And it's really starting to on all this stuff.
So your article about Ethel Rosenberg and the Model UN, I mean,
right.
It's like the question that it raises is that how is it that you have people who are such extremists, in the case of Ethel Rosenberg, that she's willing to sacrifice her own life as a martyr in defense of communism, and that has certain parallels with this opposition to President Trump now, that these people, that you don't see too many people breaking out of this cage that their brains and their souls are locked, that they've locked them into. This what I call a hologram. They're like continuing to goose step. If you watch MSNBC, for example, and I do, like Rachel Maddow, I mean, it's like they just are doubling down. Nothing has changed. It's almost like it's like an alternative universe or something like that. And
alternative universe, but you can oversimplify it and say it comes down basically to atheism. That Ethel Rosenberg's religion, despite that she was nominally Jewish, was communism. So, in a rather perversion of the word martyr, she was happy to die for the cause. Despite being offered any number of times. And Julius also, by the way, that if they gave more details on this spy ring, their lives would have been spared.
Right.
But
and then there were other people, like her brother did give details and his life was spared.
Yeah.
And he said, look, I had, people like on the left were like so critical. Oh, look at you, you're a rat. And he goes, listen, I have a wife and children. I've got a family here that I have to consider first. So I had to do this. I mean, I'm saving my own life. And but the issue of her martyrdom, there's martyrdom in and of itself is okay, is fine. I mean, like in my history class, we're studying the early church and we're looking at the foundation of Venice and several other things. And a lot of these incredible stories of saints, like Saint Mark, for example, I mean, they were martyred. They
Right.
died to defend their belief. You could find that also on the Jewish side too, like the people who died at Masada and Rabbi Akiva died at the hands of the Romans rather than, surrender his faith. That's one thing, but to to die like for communism, to die like as a suicide bomber, to kill as many Israelis as possible, that's something else. So it's not the institution.
It's not exactly dying for a good cause. And
Right. I mean, I'd like to think that I would be willing to die if it meant defending the life of my own daughter, for
right,
example, and my wife. I remember when there was a shooter who went into a movie theater in, I think it was in Colorado a while ago, and you had men stand up and stand in front of their wives to protect them, and they were killed.
yeah,
It was a natural thing. I mean, that's like, you're willing to sacrifice your life to preserve a value, something of such value to you. And it's like a natural instinct. But that's not, in the case of defending the Soviet, obtainment of nuclear bombs, I mean, that's like insane. It's sort of like, I mean, or the like suicide people, hijacking an airplane and crashing it into the World Trade Center. It's like, why? What is it that they are dying for?
well, there's been a lot of relitigation of the story. Okay, it ends up, as I put in the article, that even her sons admitted quite recently.
Yeah, years later.
Yeah, that indeed the father was a flat out spy. She typed stuff up, whatever. But it took, and they had to know this from the get go.
I just was canceled on TikTok.
For what? For what?
I don't know. What was it? Ethel Rosen? Well, no, they said they're restricting the number of people who can view this. They haven't totally canceled it yet. Maybe they're soft on Ethel Rosenberg. Who knows? Anyway, whatever.
So they admitted it.
Yeah.
Finally, because they were forced to. Look, there were relatives that I had when I was and in 1953, I was a pretty young kid, right? But I remember in the early 60s, there were relatives I had who were hardcore leftists. And even they were saying, no, the Rosenbergs are 100% guilty. And it was very convenient for them because then they could show that they're not, full on commies themselves. But Ethel was a true believer,
Yeah.
and died for a bad cause. And the tie-in, of course, with the Model UN, no one in the Model UN has died for a cause that I know of, but they have these points of view that are formed, and that's it. It never changes. And that's the Rachel Maddow situation, right? That all this crap is coming out now that's going to show that so many of these social welfare programs were all crap, were all money laundering schemes, because I point out in the article, after all these trillions of dollars are spent, these problems are still with us. How is that possible? How is it? Well, it's possible because 99% of the money went to NGOs, 1% of the money went to the people. I mean, I have mentioned this many times in articles I've written over the years. When the war on poverty was first launched in 1964, LBJ made a televised visit to some poor, down and out Appalachian guy whose name I don't remember. It's in a few articles I wrote.
Mm-hmm.
This guy was a mess. He was out of work. He was missing most of his teeth. It's almost like they had to find the stereotypical.
No, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
He was auditioned.
Yeah. So anyway, they come in there. Look, we're going to get your job. We're going to get your training. We're going to fix your teeth. Blah blah blah. All right. And he was supposed to be the exemplar for all the people they were going to save. So the elite media did a 1-year follow-up later.
Mhm.
Well, he got some training. He got some of his teeth fixed. But the point is, he was still living in his crummy shack. He didn't have stable employment. And at that point, I realized, damn, if they don't even care about the poster boy,
Right, the one person.
for this program, then this is all a crock. Now, I noticed that when I was 17, 18 years old, but apparently none of the media cared or knew about it. And that's the other thing. The media's a crock. What's the latest example? You know what I'm going to say. Jake Tapper saying all along, Biden's in great shape.
Oh, yes.
He
Sharp
has
as
a-
a tack, he says. Yeah.
Yeah. So now Tapper's coming out with a book documenting the cover-up that the media
Oh,
engaged
really?
in to show his decline. And he's getting reamed for this. Reamed. Okay. There's video of him being stopped in airports, people mocking him. And then you wonder, all these years of watching all these elite figures, and it's all crap. And those of us like you and me that figured it was all crap and being lonely voices, now it's as obvious as the day is long. Or
Now,
join.
so Tapper is being attacked for writing a book chronicling what he had himself covered up all those years,
Yeah.
which is that Biden was in decline.
Yeah.
And you have leftists and people that don't want any criticism attacking him for that. I mean, that's what we talked about earlier, like with Rachel Maddow. Rachel Maddow spent 3 years with a tin hat. You know, they talk about conspiracy theorists.
Yeah.
Trump, Putin, basically conspired with, or they like to use the word colluded because they don't want to say conspired. That's for the right. With Trump to steal the 2016 election. That's what that was all about. And after 3 years of sending out these fake leaks and night after night of doing these programs, most of the stuff being complete crap or totally twisted, finally the Mueller report comes out saying that nothing of the kind. They dragged it out for 3 years, but he said, no, there was no evidence of this. And then the report goes on to say, well, there might be obstruction of justice because Trump criticized the Mueller group. Oh, blah, blah. This kind of crap. But the point is, the first page is the only relevant page where it said, no, we didn't find anything. Now, you would think that Rachel Maddow would apologize.
No.
Well, you think that she would at least acknowledge something. I mean, and I remember sending her several tweets at that time. I'm like, look, you present yourself as a patriot. You say that you had, like, I think your father was a military man. You come from a family that I think goes back, and you feel that you're doing what's best for your country. And I've watched her, like on top of Mount Sinai every night. Oh, America is under siege and democracy is threatened and the Constitution. Can you at least acknowledge that you were wrong here or something? Nothing. No acknowledgement. They didn't mention it. They just kept going. And instead they focused on other shreds of stuff. And then, of course, they then jumped head foot into the perfect phone call impeachment. It's because
it is funny that it all comes down to the same story, that there was the deterioration of St. Francis, right? As we mentioned on the show, the late St. Francis was a conservative pundit who later moved to what might uncharitably be called white nationalism, although I'm using that in quotation marks.
Right.
Then he discovered that he had a certain audience, like the Jared Taylor audience.
Let me just interrupt you. I just got another warning on TikTok. I'm still there. I think the trigger might have been WHITENATIONALISM. Just a thought. I don't know what it was, but they picked up on that word and they got a warning. Okay, go on.
Wow. Did I say that?
I think so. That's okay. Look, this is this is censorship. I mean, this is what we're dealing with now. I mean, we're having a political conversation about stuff going on, but everything. Maybe this is an example of the dangers of AI. I don't think there's a person over at TikTok monitoring the show. I think that this is the dark side of AI. Now, I'm not against AI. I think it could be a tool that, when in the right hands and when used properly, can be very helpful. And Chat GPT and all the rest, I'm just studying it actually. But the darker side of it is that it can be programmed in a way to pick up certain words. And if you say those words, it doesn't matter what the context is.
What's really stupid, if that's the case, is I was using it as pejorative in that.
Look, I mean, I lost my YouTube channel. I mean, there were three reasons, and one of them was because I interviewed David. I don't know if you remember him. Yeah, I mean, and we were both of us, being somewhat observant Jews, talking about Jewish issues, and somehow that came to the attention, and it was called anti-Semitic. Okay, so, and not because of anything particular that we said, but it was probably, looking back at it, there were certain trigger words that we might have used, and when they accumulated to a certain point, it caused an electronic reaction. That's what's going on. That's the dangers of turning functions over to machines and electronics. I mean, there was a case recently where an insurance company stopped coverage of someone in the middle of an operation, right? I mean, I think you heard about that.
Yeah.
It's not because some person did that. There was some kind of an algorithm that had reached a point where they had there was a stop loss. It's kind of like, I mean, in the stock market, people, when you invest in a stock, you can put a stop loss on it electronically, which means that if the stock valuation goes below a certain point, it automatically dumps the stock and it sells. Not always a good idea, by the way, but the point
is that that's highly trivial compared to how language is used.
Right.
And just to finish the thought, anyway,
Please.
Francis discovered he had an audience.
Okay.
So it ends up, because people are lazy, that you tailor your message to this audience.
Right.
And there's the decline of St. Francis. And to some extent, Joe Sobran, although not quite as bad. But in the case of Rachel Maddow and MSNBC, they know that people will dutifully watch that network to get the particular point of view that they want. So
they have to keep pushing it up.
Yeah.
No, I think that's right. I mean, I remember, this was years ago during the Trump's first administration, Michael Smerconish. He's a left-leaning but reasonable radio talk show host in Philadelphia. He's been there for a long time. He's a lawyer. He's very smart. He made a mild praise of President Trump for something that he had done. I don't know what it was. I don't remember. I heard him talk about it. And for that, not only were they getting protests, and they got his sponsors who had been with him all his career were getting threats that they're going to get boycotted, and death threats, and people lining up outside. I mean, that he had to recant it. He had to say, "I'm sorry, big mistake." And so that's what Rachel Maddow. I mean, I think Rachel Maddow is a true believer. I think she's deep in it. But even if she wasn't, you can't. They're going down with the ship. I mean, they're not going to. If as you said,
here's the thing, Chuck. They don't know anything different. They don't know anything different. I mean, you could come up with 5,000 pages of evidence showing that the vast majority of social programs were money laundering crap. But since their religion is, as I like to point out, that you rewrite the Gospels, right? That charity is not giving the alms to the poor, it's giving the alms to Caesar, and then he'll distribute it to the poor, or something like that. Or I guess he will go through an NGO to distribute the money, and that's what they believe, and it doesn't matter.
No, and they also believe in the stuff that the NGO is giving the money to. I mean, like, they believe in Hezbollah. They believe in the Taliban. This is all transforming mankind, and They believe in, the sex change operations in India. These are things, and what I'd say to them is, if they believe in these things, maybe they should open their own checkbook and write a check to it. Fine. But no, they want to have the taxpayers do it. They want to have the U.S. government do it. And, that's a lot of what it is. And that, it is a religion. I mean, this is why Ethel Rosenberg gave her life. Not because it's not a political, it does prove that that's a religion. She believes in this. It has nothing to do with reality. It has to do with an entire belief. They know that, you mentioned Lyndon Johnson. They know that the war on poverty failed. They know that the Great Society failed. They know the Vietnam War failed. But of course, that's another story. But the point is that they didn't care. It was successful from their view because it furthered their socialistic, fantasy. I mean, it weakened the country. It weakened society. It rendered, it ripped apart the fabric of our system, which they support. So that's what Rachel Maddow cares about. She doesn't care about getting to any kind of moral truths. She cares about destroying Trump because he represents an enemy of this leftist, collectivist, internationalist ideal where everybody.
Well, that's exactly right. And as it mentioned in that article, that, okay, as the late, great Vin Lewis used to say, grant your opponent his first premise. All right. So the first premise of the opponent is, these are great programs, we've got to help the poor and so on. All right. Well, wouldn't you have more money to help the poor if you got rid of all the fraud and waste? But they're not interested in that.
No.
No,
I mean, you think that the left would be interested in saving and preserving Social Security? That was the great program of FDR. So they would get on board with the fact that there's all this fraud. No, they don't. They attack it. They don't care. They don't. First of all, they don't want Trump to get credit for cleaning it up. But even putting that aside, they wouldn't like it if Biden did it. They just don't. To them, it's like.
And you ask yourself, well, what are the optics of this? So what do you really stand for? I guess you stand for the status quo of turning this into a money-losing socialist bureaucracy that's going to go bankrupt. But don't worry, the commissar, so you'll be okay. And it's really sick. And finally, it's being exposed. But I'll tell you, there's true believers everywhere you go, and it's not just on socialism. I mean, I had some years ago a fruitless conversation with a guy who is allegedly conservative. And we started talking about the rather now obvious point that FDR knew about Pearl Harbor in advance. There's no serious historian that disputes that.
Right.
His reaction was, no, I can't believe that. I won't believe that. And how do you?
It's harder to somebody can't, admit that, they can't. I mean, I know people like that too. I mean, they're going to go to the grave, goose stepping along to something. They just, this is again why this is a religion and it's a cult. It's not a religion like, that has like early Christianity with martyrs, because it had a moral core. It actually was preaching truths. It's a religion that is trying to pervert and contort reality, which makes it even more lethal. It's and the adherents to it more loyal, actually. So that's why we have this, UN, this model UN establishment, that it continues to, at a young age, they accepted a bill of goods. They got rewards for that. They saw other people being punished for not accepting it.
That's right.
And then they went on. I mean, if you take a look at any of these liberal events, like, I don't know, the Oscars come to mind, cultural events, right? They're constantly giving each other these awards, and they get up and they're worshiping these statues, and they're like, I want to thank, Shlomo so-and-so, and, and it's a wonderful, and they're praising each other, and their shelves are groaning under the weight of these trophies. And it's just, this is how it's like an insular kind of a world. And if you see them interviewed on the late night talk shows, their main conversation is, I actually met with whoever, Gorbachev, one of these left-wing heroes. And, we spent time in his presence, and I'm part of this thing where we all get together, and so, I don't know, Catherine Hepburn, I don't know, whatever. I mean, we could just go, they all like have this world where they know each other, and they talk about what it's like to be with each other and what this person really is like. And it's kind of like a insular world where they award each other and they massage each other and they adore and adulate each other. And then,
like it's a cult.
Yeah, and then when you're watching this on television as a regular Joe Sixpack, you're like, wow, gee, I guess they do know these people. Oh, well, gee, wow. Henry Kissinger, I don't know, whoever, Gee, that's amazing. They must be so like this rarefied world. I remember a relative of mine when briefly, Caroline Kennedy, horrible person, obviously.
Oh.
She was running for, I think, a Senate in New York, and it completely failed. Even the left had to. It was so awful, her one interview. But this person said,
"That's right," and it was only one interview, and she came across like a valley girl on Quaaludes, and
yes,
that was
it completely tanked. And yet this person says to me, yeah, but can you imagine the rooms that she's been in with the people that she's been exposed to? It's like these, really? I mean, it's like this kind of, they imagine this kind of almost, Wonderland type place. I mean, with these people like, oh, she's rubbed shoulders with, these other people, and that they all, it's like some kind of a fairy dust is like brushing off on them, and that we should give them credit just for that. We should award them for being good socialists. They've supported the right things. They utter the right slogans, and so therefore the magic door opens for them. And it's like this rarefied world, and they can't get out of it. That's what Rachel Maddow's all about. She gets $10 million a year. I mean, this is an award. What the hell is she doing? I mean, and they're talking about poverty. I mean, really? Joy Reid, I mean, the most racist, the most divisive. I mean, she's she's like a black version of David Duke. I mean, just, awful.
I think David Duke had more class. But
yeah, I mean, she's absolutely vile. And those women on The View, I mean, just.
Well, that's quickly coming to an end.
Yeah, but but the thing about it is that not only are they spewing this toxic vile, but people are like, oh, they're applauding, and like they're like, it's so mindless, and it's like they're like, look at them, they know people, and they've gotten to sit around with Barack Obama and Big Mike, whoever, you know what I mean? It's like it's like they all are sort of in this incestuous world.
Those two are getting divorced, supposedly. That's the rumor.
Supposedly. I mean, no wonder we had this cropping up of this, I don't know if I should say this word on TikTok, but QAnon. Remember that? Yeah, I'm not endorsing that. That was crazy. But I can appreciate where that kind of came from. When you have these elites in Hollywood, in politics, like Obama and them, and these, these exalted business figures like Mark Zuckerberg, and and they all kind of talk to each other, and they control through their influence. I don't want to use the word control. Let's just say they influence large segments of our culture and our media and our high institutions of learning, and even our businesses. And they, it's like you do start to think, gee, maybe these people are, cutting off the heads of babies. I don't know what the hell that they were into. I mean, I'm not endorsing that at all, but you do wonder. I mean, it kind of opens the door for making those things seem almost plausible.
Well, I mean, here you use inductive reasoning.
Yes.
Why should any decent person want to suppress the Epstein files?
Yeah, exactly. It's even worse than that. Do you know who the lawyer was on the Epstein case defending Epstein? They're keeping those files locked up. James Comey's daughter.
Yeah.
So I mean, talk about, then wonder why people have conspiratorial thoughts.
Well, they call it conspiracy theory, but what if it's true?
Well, there are conspiracy theories and there are conspiracies.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that a responsible person tries to debunk bad conspiracy theories and try to, make a case for ones that turn out to be true. I mean, both things go on, but of course there are conspiracies. Obviously. I mean, it's just the way it is. That's human nature. People are going to conspire and they're going to use force and fraud and deception in order to achieve corrupt ends. I mean, it happens all the time in business. What do they think? They conspire to rip off another business so they can have more success.
Yeah.
There are laws against that. I mean, murder is part of a conspiracy. You're knocking somebody off because they're in the way. Those are conspiracies. Those are criminal conspiracies. So why would they think there's not political conspiracies? It happens all the time because there's power involved, there's money involved, there's influence involved, and there's prestige involved. And people crave all of those things. And if you have somebody standing in the way of your achieving those things, you may get together with like-minded people and conspire to get those things at that other party's expense. That's the way, that's human nature. That's why we have a basic part of our government, a basic part of every government throughout history in some version is a Department of Justice. The Department of Justice, one of their functions, and a Congress, is to investigate these conspiracies and expose them and bring people to justice when it happens. It's a basic. I mean, there are conspiracies in your own family. I mean, everybody deals with conspiracies all the time. It's just the way it goes. I mean, there are conspiracies in your own mind. I mean, it's just part of human nature.
Well, this sounds like the beginning of a new book for you, The Conspiracy Primer.
I am writing a chapter actually in my book on this, and I've written on this topic. It's just the way it goes. I mean, it's just part of human nature. But you have to be responsible because wrong conspiracies often are cooked up by governments or by powers to kind of deceive and engage in what's called a false flag.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just that's important. It's important to reveal the bad conspiracies, the false conspiracies, separate the wheat from the chaff. So, anyways, but
wow.
But we have, these are heady times. These are exciting times. Every day I feel like it's like Christmas morning, waking up and getting gifts under the tree.
All right. The question I asked you last week, at what point are some of those in the mainstream media going to turn?
I don't think ever. Look at Lester Holt is going down with the ship. He's gone. They're all, they're just, I think they're going to start to like vanish after a while because these are people, they have to continue to maintain some relevancy. I mean, you now have major donors who are backing out of the Democratic Party and this whole, I mean, what do they stand for? They're against cutting the size of government. They're against cutting waste and fraud in government. That's why they hate Elon Musk. I mean, and then these things keep coming out, which show how bad it is. And they're going to rail against that. They want to leave a permanent government infrastructure in place so people can't be laid off. I mean, Starbucks just laid off over 1,000 executives. They just announced the other day. I mean, that's happening in the private sector. What are these government people somehow sacrosanct? Does anyone believe that an actual service that we want government to provide is going to be affected by firing half of these people? I mean, obviously not.
No, and you didn't hear one peep from the mainstream media during COVID and the lockdowns when so many people lost their jobs.
That's right. All these small businesses, mom and pop stores. Meanwhile, the big box places and Amazon, they did gangbusters during that. And also that Trump it's so innovative. I saw an interview with Howard Lutnick, who is the new Secretary of Commerce. And Trump said to him, he goes, look, the post office is because that's under the Secretary of Commerce. They're losing how many billions of dollars a year? What can we do? Should we save it? Should we get rid of it? And I want answers. And the next day, Lutnick was at a meeting with Trump, and Trump says, "So what'd you come up with?" He goes, "One day." And so Lutnick had several very interesting suggestions. He pointed out that, for example, the U.S. Census, it costs $100 million, and they hire trucks and people, and they have to pay them and give them lunch and give them, security, and they have to go out and knock on every single door in America to count people. Because why not just have the post office do this? They go to people's houses every day. And you could save $100 million right there. The post office could do things like delivering Social Security documents to a newborn, or they could do all kinds of functions that the government is spending a fortune doing. When you could consolidate it, and it would give the post office a little bit more relevancy and more functionality while we streamline elements of it. I'm just saying that these are incredible ideas. Yeah. Why didn't anyone think of this? I mean, it's like they're coming up with, it's amazing what they're doing. It's like every day. And now Trump, today, he's signing an executive order declaring English as the official language of the United States. Hallelujah. It's about time. We won't have Spanish subtitles. The English, it's like, oh, no, you can't do that because it's like, I don't know, racist. We have the one thing that holds us together as a nation is our common language, so we can communicate with each other, even if we don't like each other. You have a simple lingua franca. You have like the language of the land. Doesn't mean English is superior. It just happens to be the national language. It has been since the day, they got off the ship at the Mayflower. It's just that simple.
Well, there is no country, maybe with the possible exception of Switzerland, but even that isn't exactly true, where you have multiple official languages. In Switzerland, for example, it's regional. And it's a small country. So if you're a German-speaking Swiss person, you've certainly heard French in Lausanne, and you can get by. But in Canada, it's never worked.
It doesn't work well. It's like Belgium, I think, is coming apart because they've got Dutch and French.
The thing in Belgium, and I hope they changed it, but I don't think they did, was that they would have French and Flemish, all right? And Flemish is sort of an old-style Dutch.
Right.
So what would happen is all these signs would have French and Flemish on it. Then they get an argument about which language would go first. And I was in a car. What an experience. Doing some business in Brussels with a guy who was real international, spoke many, many languages, albeit not Flemish. And the Brussels airport is in the Flemish part of Belgium.
Okay.
So he goes to pay his parking at the airport, and the guy tells him how much in Flemish. Well, you can understand that if you knew any German, right?
Sure.
But instead, the guy looks at him and says, "Comment?" forcing him to answer in French just to be a language asshole or so. I was astounded because this was such a cultured guy, I thought. But they get caught up in this, and it's pathetic. So no, the bilingual thing doesn't work.
No, it's important for any sovereign nation to have a national language. It just is. The British, for all of their faults, they united India with one language, Hindi, and also English, by the way. And, it created a cohesion. It doesn't mean you don't have local languages, local dialects, which is all good, but you have all public affairs are conducted. The Roman Empire, all public affairs were conducted in Latin. Didn't mean that everybody spoke Latin, I mean, in the region of Judea, they spoke Aramaic, but they knew the people in charge knew Latin, and that was the language of the land. There's a
Well, that's
benefit
right.
to
On
that
the cross, the inscription was in Aramaic,
in
Latin.
Aramaic.
So
Yeah, I mean, even in Israel today, I mean, it's Hebrew, Arab, and English, Arabic
yeah,
and English. But, all three languages are pretty well known, but Hebrew is the national language. It's just you have to have a national language in order to have some kind of a unity so that people can communicate with each other. There has to be, it's a part of commerce. So I'm proud of President Trump for doing that. It should have been done years ago. It's an excellent development. Can
yeah. Well,
imagine
it's
people on
almost
the
like
left
you
howl.
ask yourself, why do you even have to do it? But I guess you have to do it. Right?
You have to do it. Somebody should have done it a long time ago. But you're going to see howls from the left.
Yeah. Well,
Xenophobia. Sure.
on that topic, there was, of course, an anti-Trump article written by LA Times travel writer Mary McNamara that
Mhm.
Trump and Musk now are going to ruin your summer vacation. Right? How are they going to ruin your summer vacation? Well, one of the reasons is that because of immigration policies, hotels may have trouble now getting people. So does that mean that she
Wait a
is in
minute.
favor of exploiting illegals to work in the hospitality industry?
Yeah, basically, yeah. I mean, and
So this, yeah, I mean, back to your point that, as long as this privileged brat can go on her travels, doesn't care about anybody. So what kind of a left-wing socialist are you if it doesn't mean anything other than you're wearing this team jersey for Team L, right?
right.
It's just pathetic, and
It's
that,
so
you would be expected to see more converts, but you really don't. Nothing's changed since Henry VIII broke away from the Catholic Church. Really,
right.
there was St. John Fisher was the only priest that was a martyr for refusing to change affiliation. Thomas More was a martyr also, but I mean, he wasn't a priest. And it's
Mhm.
like most of them went along with the program. So,
Yeah, and I think he was a pretty bad guy. I mean, from what I understand in history. Not to mention the fact that, and I think E. Michael Jones, by the way, is right about this in his book called The Jewish Revolutionary Spirit, which has very little to do with Jews. It's all about Catholic versus Protestant. It's a great history of that. I mean, he doesn't mention Jews until the end of the book, practically, a little kind of sprinkling, but he points out that Henry VIII, I mean, that was a looting operation, nothing more. They looted and stole all the Catholic churches and properties and art and all of the artifacts, and they just and they handed them all out to their friends. And those friends that got all those properties would become the British elites, like the Rhodes, Cecil Rhodes, and the Cecil family, and all these other people that are still there as elites. I think that's historically accurate.
well, it is. And you have to wonder, I mean, I, as a Catholic, have to wonder why the people in the Anglican Church don't seem to care about this. That it was all illicit.
Well, they benefited from it. They got the
Well, no, but
Archbishop.
the average Johnny Doorknob Anglican of the present day didn't benefit from it.
No, and I think that the Protestant takeover of Britain was not something that happened overnight,
No,
and
no.
and it involved a lot of very strong-armed stuff going, and with the final curtain falling on Guy Fawkes,
Yeah.
right? I mean so it took about 100 years, and even to this day, it's like the Anglican Church. I mean, the King of England, they can't marry a Catholic, and they can't be Catholic, and that's like a no-no. In fact, I think it was Tony Blair. His wife is Catholic,
Yeah.
and apparently they say that he secretly converted to Catholicism, but he couldn't do it publicly because it's illegal for the prime minister to be Catholic. and that only after he left office did he become openly Catholic.
Yeah, it's
So
pretty.
I mean, they still have that, I think, in England. It's interesting that it's even like, I mean, I was reading that when the King of England now, Charles, became king, and that he's going to have the ceremony, he had he invited religious leaders from all part of England to come and have a reception and meet him, except the Catholic head, who was not invited. And he invited the Jewish guy and various other religions. But the next day he privately met with the Catholic prelate, and the Catholic Church of England was like, "This is great. He's actually met us. This is a step in the right direction. That we're actually getting a little acknowledgement." So I mean, these are traditions that continue in many ways. It's an interesting history.
Yeah, I mean, if E. Michael Jones had stuck to that.
Oh my God, he's gone way off the deep end on
Well, here
these.
again, I think it's the old Michael Hoffman problem.
Right.
That there's elements of E. Michael Jones' audience that are hardcore anti-Semites.
Right.
And they're sending in donations and buying books. And, well, we have to cater to this audience. But, God,
I think he's a true believer in what traditionally was a view that permeated the Catholic Church, but no longer does, in that the Jews are collectively guilty for the fact that 2,000 years ago, the Judean leadership advocated the execution of Jesus. Now, I mean, I get that, and since Jesus is the Messiah, Jesus is God, therefore they were guilty of killing God. And as such, they were guilty of overthrowing the order of the universe, what the Greeks call the Logos.
All right, but the only problem with that interpretation is that he had to die and rise again.
Well, the problem is if the Jews of Judea, who did not believe that Jesus was the Messiah, but therefore they would view him as a heretic, if they had maybe just exiled him, or maybe they had sent him off or something. I mean, it was obviously a big mistake for them to advocate that he be executed. I think we learned from history they should not have done that. If they had not done that, then Christianity would have developed maybe on different lines.
Yeah.
Because I think Jesus himself was very much, his messiahship was very much within the overall realm of Jewish understanding of the Messiah. It wasn't such a diversion. But the execution
it became divergent because their factions developed against it. That the idea that the Christians were going to supposedly be mostly from Jewish stock, that only lasted for one generation or less. And with the famous, Paul going to the circumcised, to the uncircumcised, Peter going to the circumcised. So it is interesting, but people just don't reflect on this stuff. And you then have these absurd contradictions, like in the UK, where they can't do this and they can't do that. And now if you set up a meme on something, you can go to jail.
Well, I mean, I think that during that meeting with President Trump, J.D. Vance brought that right up to Keir Starmer at that meeting. He met with Trump the other day. By the way, I wonder how the left feels about that. I know that a relative of mine on my wife's side, he's English and he's leftist, and we know him. He lives in New York, and he loved Keir Starmer's election. How does he feel about Keir Starmer meeting Trump and being so praising? Oh, you're welcome to come and stay with the king, and I just wonder. I mean, this gets back to the Rachel Maddow question. It's like now, I mean, is all of a sudden now, is he going to be ousted from the pantheon of of the constellation of left-wing heroes for this? To meet with Trump?
I think what's going to happen with this infighting, it's going to spiral into this absurd, if you will, circle jerk where they don't know who to attack,
Mhm.
and it's not going to end well. I mean, you can see a smart guy like Bill Maher is already laying down the gauntlet, so to speak, and
Right.
starting to attack many people on the left. He can see the writing on the wall.
Oh, he's been doing that for a while.
Yeah.
And in a way, it shows what's happened to like the Democratic Party because it's splintering. You have the Bill Mahers of the world, and who are like kind of more centrist, and they're liberal, but they're not they're not woke, as he says.
Yeah.
And then you have the hard woke who still control the apparatus and who are just doubling down. I heard recently, speaking of woke, that Pritzker, you mentioned Pritzker.
Yeah.
One of the Pritzkers, and these people are multi-billionaires. They come from the Hyatt hotel. Yeah, is a transsexual and he presents himself as a woman and is a big donor to the Democratic Party and to Democratic candidates, which is why they can't move away from that issue. They can't move away from men and women's sports. They can't move away from men and women's locker rooms and changing rooms because of Pritzker's brother and the money pouring in, probably from other people too. So they are beholden to the very forces that they claim to be against. Big corporate money buying the party, buying them up. So they can't tell the truth. They're locked into it.
You'd think it would be more reliable to develop a populist network of leftists, if you will, because anybody in any business will tell you that you'd rather have a large number of small orders than a small number of big orders for any number of reasons. So to have some transsexual wield this much power, it's just lazy.
It is, and I don't think it's just him. I think there are other forces. The USA. We know how much money USAID was shifting to this cause. This is a big leftist cause, but the thing is, it's not popular with a large segment of Democrats and liberals. They don't like this. They don't want men and women's sports. They have daughters. You had here in Massachusetts, Congressman Seth Moulton spoke up. He says, "Look, I have daughters who are attending high school, and they don't want to play on teams."
Well, he got beat down.
He was, yeah. He was viciously attacked. You had people, with signs outside his office in Salem, and people attacking him all over the place. So he capitulated. He had to. I mean, it shows how cult-like they are. You can't have any.
You say he had to. Why did he have to?
To keep his children from being beaten up in school. I don't know. He just maybe it's his career. I mean, this is the same thing that with abortion back in the 1990s. I mean, Ray Flynn, former mayor of Boston, former ambassador to the Vatican, and somebody who used to do a radio show right before mine at a Christian station, and who I knew, he told me that he was drummed out of the Democratic Party because he was pro-life.
Right.
He said that was forbidden. In the 90s, around that time, there's a purge of anyone in the Democratic Party that was pro-life, which included most Catholics. And
but most, but not all. I mean,
no, you have others. He changed the stripes. Yeah,
and Flynn at least left.
He did.
A lot of them did.
It was taken over by the pro-choice movement. That was the litmus test. You could not be anything but in the Democratic Party. It was that simple. Either you had to change or get out. That's what happened. So that's what's, I think, happening now with some of these more radical ideas. If you're not on board, you're gone. You're out, and that's going to hurt them, I think, at this time, because these are not popular ideas. Nobody, they're not supported. They're outdated. If they ever had any validity at all, they certainly don't now. So anyway, Mike, but what do you have coming up on the Substack?
Well, I think I'm going to try to come up with more threads out of this Ethel Rosenberg thing.
It's
I
a
mean,
great
I got some decent commentary on it, and it got people to thinking that there really are true believers.
right.
And I mean, you can see it. So I think we're more into the media side of it and the Jake Tapper, and it's just they're all phony. I don't even know if they believe anything. I think it's just whatever they have to say to stay on top.
I agree. I mean, either they're just doing it because they're afraid to step outside of the cult, or they're true believers. We don't know. I mean, it doesn't really matter. The point is this: they're staying on, and they're going down with the ship. Hopefully, God willing. Anyway.
Yeah.
So.
I'll have to miss next week.
Okay.
I'm going to be traveling. And,
Okay.
during the day